And we are live. Welcome to Worldbuilding Con 2024. Can I get some boas in the chat, please? They should look like this. We are so, and I say we because there's a whole tribe of us behind the scenes bringing this con to you today. We are so excited about everything that is coming. Guys, we have some mind-bending people to introduce to you today. They are fantastic, and I will get myself off the screen in a moment. As ever, our quest at Worldbuilding Con is to bring you the best world building education from world famous and established industry experts. And I think we've definitely done that with a spectacular program that we have put together here today. Massive thanks to all of our guests today and tomorrow, and of course Kat, who's been working tirelessly behind the scenes to bring them all to you. So whether you've just started world building or you're an old soul like me who's been world building since you were knee-high to an orc, I am certain I can promise you will learn something today. Before I introduce our illustrious keynote speaker, I should probably introduce myself. So for those of you who don't know me around the internet, hi, my name is Janet Forbes. I'm a game developer, best known for my role as lead author on the Dark Crystal RPG, which you can see just behind me right there. I've also worked for Cobalt Press, Infinite Black, and a bunch of other top secret projects as well, and I've published fantasy short stories in several collections. And because obviously I don't need sleep, I'm also the founder and CEO of World Anvil, which I started with my husband as a pet project 7 years ago because we needed a world building software and nothing existed. We're now at almost 3 million users, so I guess that got out of control. I'll be your host here for Worldbuilding Con both today and tomorrow. And as I said, I'm so excited to share in this experience and be your advocate, asking questions from our mind-blowingly amazing guests. And speaking of mind-blowingly amazing guests, please let me welcome to the stage our keynote speaker, one of fantasy genre's most successful authors. His books regularly appear in the New York Times bestsellers list. He's sold more than 3 million copies, and his most recent hardcover, The Two Swords, debuted at #1 on the Wall Street Journal and on the New York Times bestsellers list. And if you'd rather read in another language, well, his books have been translated into German, Italian, Finnish, Greek, Hungarian, Turkish, Croatian, Bulgarian, and so many more. It gives me great pleasure to welcome to the Worldbuilding Con stage the incredible Mr. R.A. Salvatore, or Bob to his friends. Bob, how are you doing? Welcome.
I'm doing very well, Janet. Thank you for that great intro.
Oh, it is such a pleasure to have you here. The chat is going wild. Drizzt, the guy himself, they say. Of course, you were the creator of Drizzt and so many more incredible characters that we have all fallen in love with over the years. And yeah, I'm so looking forward to hearing what you have to say today about world building. I will get myself out of here and give you the stage, and I'll see you shortly. All right, guys, Mr. R.A. Salvatore.
Hello there, fellow world builders, and thanks for having me here. And I'll start by saying I hope we're not a dying breed. And the reason I say that is because this business has changed so much since I started, right? When I started, I wrote my first book in the Spiral Notebook. There were very few home computers, and the ones that you had weren't worth risking writing on because they were 5 1/4, whatever, floppy disks, and they broke down all the time. And you could put about a paragraph and a half on a disk and then had to go to the next one. So it wasn't worth it. So it was typewriters and longhand. And as we've seen over the years, the business has changed with tools. All the Word Perfect, Microsoft Word, and all the other programs that have come online to help. But sometimes they do more than help. And this is, I think, something that's concerning me now more than anything else. For example, you used to get a copy edit back on the book, and it would be, the copy edit would have certain questions about certain things. And now you could have done the same thing with Grammar Checker on Microsoft Word most of the time. And that's not good, because when you're a writer or a world builder, the thing you have to keep in mind all the time is that the language you're using is a set of tools, not a set of rules. And you can change the affect of things by mixing things up. For example, if I said to you, which is more evocative, something bad is coming or something wicked this way comes, it's obviously the second. But that's just a side. Now we have AI coming in, and it's going to change the world more than the internet changed the world. That can be a good thing or a bad thing, but for world building, it's a scary thing. And I'll get into that as we go along a little bit more. So it's curious to me that I've been asked to keynote the world building convention. And next week as well, I've been asked to be a guest author at Fitchburg State University and talk to classes about world building. It used to always be about writing. Now it's about world building. And I think you can probably understand why with the way the industries have grown around computer gaming and all the rest of it. But as far as like the AI part of it goes and the dramatic changes that are coming online, you're better off with a Cory Doctorow or David Brin than someone like me, because that's not what I did, not what I do. I do have helping tools, but that's not the way I came up building worlds. So I think what I can add to this discussion is my own story and how I came to learn certain things about what writing is and why it's important. And so I hope you'll just indulge me a little bit as I tell you my own backstory and how I got into this business and where it's gone from there. Now, first, I was the youngest of 7. I had 5 older sisters. So if any of you are wondering where Menzo Berenzan came from, on top of Gary Gygax's work, of course, well, I had 5 older sisters, so there you go. But that meant a couple of things. First, it meant that I was reading and doing math and everything else long before I got to kindergarten. We had this thing called the cyclo teacher. It was this big, it was like the first manual computer. And it was this oblong with a flat bottom. You'd open it up and you could put a disc in, and then it had a handle on the side. And every time you turned it, it would ask a question, and then the next one would give you the answer. So we had like thousands of discs. And so we could learn about dinosaurs, you could learn about math, you could learn about language, you could learn spelling, anything on there. And I would play with that for hours. Because the other thing about being the youngest, and most of my siblings were substantially older than me, and the only one that was close to me had skipped 2 grades in school. So we weren't really anywhere near each other going through this growing up period, is that I was alone a lot. I spent an awful lot of time with 1 box of toys. My dad was working 2 jobs. My mom was trying to keep a house going with 7 kids. And I had this Avon box, for those of you who remember those, full of things like cars and Green Army men and all the old toys that you can imagine. 1 box. And I had my imagination. And I got very comfortable being alone. And I got very comfortable using my imagination at a very young age. And then when I got to school, well, by that time, like I said, I was reading. And if you look behind me, you won't see it, but way in the back corner over there, I have all the first edition Charlie Brown books from the early 60s. And I would just bury myself in those books and comics and take myself away on wild journeys around the world with, all these wonderful books that I had laying around my house. So I get to school and I was bored out of my mind. And so I made a deal with my mom that she would let me stay home as much as I wanted, as long as I got A's. It was a different time back then. They didn't have truant officers knocking on your door. Just get the A's. And so I did, and I would miss 30, 40 days of school a year. And I would be home with my books, my imagination, and I was perfectly fine with that. I loved reading. I absolutely adored reading, and I wouldn't stop. But then school beat the love of reading out of me. They were instead of giving me books that would interest me, I remember in the middle school, they were giving me books like Ethan Frome and Silas Marner and Moby Dick. And now those may be great books. I still don't particularly care for any of them. But for an 8th grade boy, they really did nothing for me. And it got so bad that the only reading I was doing was the reading I had to do to get the grade. And the only writing I was doing was the writing I had to do to get the grade. But I could still write. A little bit anyway. And I remember once in high school, I wrote this. We had to take something ugly and make it beautiful. So I did a description of a swamp. And the teacher read it out loud, and she was crying when she read it. And I was like, wow, that's weird. But that was my first hint of the power of words. I knew the power of storytelling, or lying, if you will, because I remember one time when I was very, very young, my sisters were on their way to my oldest sister's new house, and they saw a moose, which is a big deal in Massachusetts if you see a moose. And so they got their names in the newspaper for seeing a moose, and I was really jealous. So I wound up convincing pretty much every adult within a 3-block radius of my house that down in the woods there was a moose. And I didn't just convince them that it was there. I actually had them seeing it. Oh, he's under that pine tree. See the shadows? There he is. There he is. Oh, yeah, I see him. And I'm like, wow. Unless there's really a moose there, this is strange. I'm getting my first glimpse of the power of words, if you will. And then I get to college. Now, by the time I left high school, like I said, I wasn't reading, I wasn't writing, but I was really good in math. So I actually started college as a undeclared, but all of my courses were in math science. I was thinking physics or math, just math for my degree. But then 3 things in college changed my life, and really brought me on a completely different course than I had anticipated. And I think those 3 things are one of what I'm going to share with you, because what I'm concerned about with world building, the tools are going to make it easier, much easier. There's probably books on Amazon Kindle right now that were written mostly by ChatGPT and edited by a self-publishing author. I don't want it to mean anyone there, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. But with all these tools coming online, the 2 things that I think we cannot lose are the philosophy and the psychology of world building. So I get to college, 1977. I'm working 2 jobs. I'm going to a local college. And for Christmas, and I have a 1969 Mercury Cougar that breaks down all the time. But I love this car because we were drag racing and racing it on the frozen lakes when lakes used to freeze and things like that. And so I needed money. Christmas comes around, and my sister Susan, instead of giving me an envelope with $40 in it or $20 or $5, she's kind of cheap. But instead of giving me money, gives me books. And I'm like, what the heck? And it was The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings in that white Ballantine edition from the mid-70s. And I'm like, what is this? And I'm holding The Hobbit, and she says, oh, this is a great book. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. It's about a hobbit. And I'm like, what's a hobbit? And she said, well, it's like a dwarf, but they don't have beards. And they got hairy feet. And I'm like, okay. I threw it on the side of the room, went to school. This is Christmas, 77. Well, 2 months later, in February of 1978, we had in New England what they still refer to as the Great Blizzard of 78. And it really was a monster storm, and the drifts were incredible. It was pure blizzard. The roads were shut down for a week. So here I am, 19 years old. I'm trapped in my mother's house. Oh, joy. I had nothing to do. So I remember waking up early one morning. I couldn't go out. There was no place to go. There were no roads. So I wake up one morning and before sunrise, and I saw the books, and I said, what the heck? So I put on Fleetwood Mac's Tusk album, and I sat there watching the sun come up, and I opened the book. And in front of this version of those books was an intro by Peter S. Beagle. You might know him from The Last Unicorn. He's a wonderful guy. I got to meet him recently and was just tickled. He's just such a wonderful guy. He's a brilliant writer. And I opened up and I read the foreword, and I want to read it to you real quickly here, because this really touched me. It's been 15 years at this writing since I first came across The Lord of the Rings in the stacks at the Carnegie Library in Pittsburgh. I'd been looking for the book for 4 years, ever since reading W.H. Auden's review in the New York Times. I think of that time now and the years after, when the trilogy continued to be hard to find and hard to explain to most friends, with an undeniable nostalgia. It was a barren era for fantasy. among other things, but a good time for cherishing slighted treasures and mysterious passwords. Long before Frodo Lives began to appear in the New York subways, J.R.R. Tolkien was the magus of my secret knowledge. I've never thought of an accident that Tolkien's works waited more than 10 years to explode into popularity almost overnight. The 60s were no fouler a decade than the 50s. They merely reaped the 50s' foul harvest. But they were the years when millions of people grew aware that the industrial society had become paradoxically unlivable, incalculably immoral, and ultimately deadly. In terms of passwords, the 60s were the time when the word progress lost its ancient holiness and escape stopped being comically obscene. The impulse is being called reactionary now, but the lovers of Middle-earth want to go there. I would myself, like a shot. For in the end, it is Middle-earth and its dwellers that we love, not Tolkien's considerable gifts in showing it to us. I said once that the world he charts was there long before him, and I still believe it. He is a great enough magician to tap our most common nightmares, daydreams, and twilight fancies, but he never invented them either. He found them a place to live, a green alternative to each day's madness here in the poisoned world. We are raised to honor all the wrong explorers and discoverers, thieves planting flags, murderers carrying crosses. Let us at last praise the colonizers of dreams. Well, that really hit me. It really hit me because I had grown up watching the film every night on the news, the Vietnam War. It hit me because I grew up where my sisters and brothers were out there protesting until my brother joined the Marines. It hit me because my brother-in-law was over there. And when he came back from Vietnam, he was a broken man, a different man. And he wound up dying in a horrible car accident soon after. It hit me because of all those formative things that came into my brain and left me more confused than I always was by the world. If people ask me, what's your primary thought whenever you go out into the world, it's confusion. The world never made sense to me. Writing became the way I made the world make sense. So I opened the book, the chain's playing, the sun's coming up. It's just one of those beautiful moments you'll never forget. And I read the first line, 2 lines. In a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit, not a nasty, dirty, wet hole filled with the ends of worms and an oozy smell. Nor yet a dry, bare, sandy hole with nothing in it to sit down on or to eat. It was a hobbit hole, and that means comfort. AI is never going to do that. In those 2 sentences, J.R.R. Tolkien put me in an entirely different place. The world around me disappeared. The music faded into the background, and I fell into a book. And I remembered. I remembered when I was a kid. I remembered Charlie Brown. I remembered the comics. I remembered The Wind in the Willows. I remembered all these wonderful stories that used to just take me all these great places. And how did I lose that? So by the end of the week, I had read The Hobbit, before school opened back up. I had read The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings like 3 times. And I'm a very, very slow reader, probably dyslexic, never diagnosed, but very slow reader. I got back to school and I immediately changed my major out of the whole math science thing. Well, not out of it. I moved over to communications media, tech writing, because now all of my electives could be lit courses or creative writing courses. But I still had that safety blanket of math because you have to talk to engineers when you're a tech writer. So it was a nice mix for me. It kept me comfortable and in my safety blanket, but allowed me to remember. And within a year, I was reading Chaucer and laughing at all the right places. And within a year, I understood why Tolkien was so great. Within a year, I had read James Joyce's The Dead and said, well, I'll never get there, but I can try, because to me, that's perfect writing. So that was the first thing in college, the books my sister gave me that changed my life. The second thing in college was communications media, because in communications media, we learned a lot about how to affect people with advertising or language, or just the medium itself. And I'll give you an example. One of the people we studied was Marshall McLuhan. Anyone who's watched Annie Hall remembers when Woody Allen pulled him out behind the placard when somebody was arguing with him about McClellan. And but Marshall McLuhan became kind of a hero to me because I so believed his theory on the medium being the message, part of the message. And what the medium is the message is a phrase created by Marshall McLuhan, meaning that the form of a medium embeds itself in the message, creating a symbiotic relationship by which the medium influences how the message is perceived. According to McLuhan, the differences vary from very hot, passive, to cool, interactive forms of media. Hot media would be things like movies, newspapers, radio, because you're getting information, but you're not being asked to participate. So when you're writing a book, that is about as cold as it can get. I heard a quote once, I believe it was C.S. Lewis, that the only one who can determine the relationship between the reader and the book is the reader of the book. And there's so much truth in that. And the more I write and the more I've gotten feedback from people reading my work, the more I've understood it really is absolutely spot on. And I think with world building has to remain to some degree a cold medium, but of course you're giving much more information. Okay. Now, what do I mean by this? All right. When Melville was writing Moby Dick, right, he had to tell his readers what a whale looked like. He had to spend chapter after chapter after chapter after chapter telling the readers the details of a whale because they had never seen them for the most part. You know, somebody in growing up and living out their life in Pennsylvania is not going to see a whale, and they're not going to have an internet to click on to see videos. They'll have videos of whales. So he had to describe, and Tolkien kind of had to do the same thing, much more than those who came after him with things like dragons or the other tropes in the genre like dwarves and elves that grew up. Because one of the things, whether you're a world builder or a writer, particularly if you're a book writer, that you have to understand, or at least instinctively do, hopefully instinctively, but if you don't, you have to figure out, is how much am I going to give the reader, the player, whatever, to engage their brain, to let them fill in the details, to let it be a cooperative experience. And I remember when I was doing a book tour in England with a man named Tom DeHaven, who wrote a wonderful book called Walker of Worlds. We were interviewing with BBC. And they asked us why our books were so much more popular than Tolkien's. This was in the early 90s, and Tolkien had kind of faded out with the whole waves of fantasy that had come in. And Tom said, and this stayed with me, he said, because we grew up with television. And Tolkien's audience didn't. And there's so much truth to that. And I've watched the genre change. I've watched literature change in these 37 years I've been in it. On things like point of view shifts. On things like I've watched things like adverbs they were out of style, then they came in style, then they went back out of style, and now they're back in style because of the internet. I can go into more detail with that later if anyone has a question and we have time. But again, the tools will change, so that's my fear of AI. But the thing we cannot lose is that we are all the composition, the conglomeration of our experiences, of where we came from. AI can't do that. Computers can't do that. I said earlier that I thought writing was my journey. That became where I learned to make sense of the world. That became crystal clear to me when Wizards of the Coast asked me to put all the Drizzt stories together in the collection, in the anthology, and then write like one page before each one to say where I was and what I was thinking and why I did the story. And so when I was going through that exercise and I was reading each story, it was like looking in a photo album. And I could see the changes in my life through that. You know, why are the Drizzt books still going? Because the characters have changed. because I've changed. When I started writing professionally, I was 29 years old, and I thought I knew everything, and my job was to tell people what's what. And now at 65 years old, I know nothing. And my job is really, if I can get people to ask questions and figure things out on their own, I've done something good. So, world building. I guess my bottom line from this is world building on a human level is mostly about perspective. Okay? I don't think we can lose this. And I'll get into it a little bit more when I tell you the third thing in college that showed me what's what. I was working on the school newspaper. This was 1980, 81, somewhere around there. At this time, the United States launched an attack against Muammar Gaddafi's Libya. And we shot down some jets. And I was sitting in the commuter's cafe at school. I was a commuter. And people were cheering and laughing and laughing. And it occurred to me that some people had just died. And I don't think we can ever lose part of that. That was the first. The second incident on the campus at Fitchburg State University, they had a kind of mini riot. I wasn't there. I was working as a bouncer in the nightclub, so maybe I should have been there. But they had like a mini riot, and they asked me the next day to talk about this big decision that the school had made to take the long-handled flashlights away from the security guards. And so I went and I talked to a guard. I talked to some of the professors. I talked to the person who had made the decision. I talked to some of the kids who were at the fight the night before, the riot, if you will. And I wrote what I thought was a balanced article presenting the perspectives of everybody involved. Great. The medium is the message. They had my story about halfway down the front page, and on top of it was this giant cartoon of an overweight campus cop eating a donut and with a penknife on a tricycle. And I knew I was in trouble. And I was. They wanted me kicked out of school for that. I didn't do that. That wasn't my article. But it didn't matter because they had seen that image. The reader was bringing as much to the article as I was. That's not supposed to happen in newspapers, but it happened. But that's when I really those two instances where when I wrote the article about we should at least keep in our minds that people die in these actions, and about the campus police, I was assailed. That's when I first was reminded the power of words, how strong they can be. Okay, going along. Late 1990s, I started playing a game called EverQuest. I still think of all the computer games I've played, at least, that the world that was built into EverQuest was the most logical, sensible, wonderful world I had ever seen. The game moved at a glacial pace. You had to wait for boats to show up for 15 minutes, but this was before social media. So people were using that game the way people then started using Facebook and all the ones that have come since. And I remember once, as we were getting near the end of EverQuest run and getting toward EverQuest 2 that was coming out, and World of Warcraft was coming out, and I had gotten to know most of the team of EverQuest because they would usually show up in World as GMs, and they had my account name, and they knew it was me, and we would get talking. But I wrote them a letter, and I included a video link that I had seen on the internet of someone who had made a video of his years on the world of EverQuest. And it was this amazingly moving, beautiful video. And I said, you did this. You reached these people. You gave them a place to escape, like Peter Beagle said. What was the quote? He said, excuse me 1 second here. When the word progress had lost its ancient holiness and escape stopped being comically obscene. This matters. And when you're building a world, it matters. But if you want to build a world, in my opinion, that's really going to get there with people, or if you want to write a book, in my opinion, that's really going to get there with people, the most important thing to keep in mind is perspective. Rules of world building, 101. The world has to make sense. The world, you can get away with saying, well, that's just magic sometimes, but not all the time. The societies, the cultures have to rhyme. You're trying to do something different, but not really. Because our history is full of cultures. And I'm not saying go steal a culture, but I'm saying that things like geography, economy matter. Make them make sense when you're building your world. You know, grasslands people, maybe nomadic, right? They're going to live but even though they're nomadic, they're going to live a very different life than people who live on the tundra. People who live in where it's really cold are going to be indoors more. People who live where everything is provided for them are less likely to invent many machines and things. They don't need them. So when you're putting magic in a world, to just step back for a minute and think about, what does this replace technologically? If I can cast spells for teleportation, who's going to invest in airlines? And you're creating airplanes. Those are the kind of things that you always have to keep for the nuts and bolts of the world in the back of your head. But more important than that is the relationship between the cultures that you put in your world. I ran into this head on when I was going to write my 4th book for TSR. And they came to me and they said, after the 3rd book, Halfling's Gem had come out, and they had done really well. I think we got on the Times. It was the first time I got on the New York Times. We sold a ton of books. Back then, being on the Times mattered a lot because you'd be in all these other places. You'd be in drugstores. You'd be in supermarkets. You'd be everywhere where you couldn't get into if you weren't on the Times. They carried the top 10 or 15 books from the Times. So, but TSR had made me tie up the story because they said people are done with these characters. This was 1989 when I turned it in. People are done with these characters, so let's go on to something else. You know, we still want to work with you, but we're going to go on to something else. Well, then they called me back very quickly and said, well, no, we're not, because people really want to know more about this character, Drizzt, and where he came from. So they wanted me to do the prequel trilogy, the Dark Elf trilogy. And they said, well, he's going to be, you know, you are going to design the Drow. Now they call them Uda Drow because it's expanded, but it was the Drow in Forgotten Realms. So all I had at that time on Drow were the old modules, Descent to the Depths of the Earth, Queen of the Demon Web Pits, you know, those. And there was like a 1-page entry in the Fiend Folio that had come out for the game describing the Drow. I think it was a Fiend Folio. But anyway, there was nothing. So I called them up and I said, look, I've got these like 4 things that are they don't really get into the actual culture or world of the Drow, anything more than surface level details. Matriarchal, spider whips, things like that. And they said, well, we're giving you carte blanche. You're going to do it. You're going to create the Drow. And so now I'm thinking of, okay, how do you do this? How do you create a society based on what I've seen and what's perceived in the game by players and by the other cultures? We used to call them races. Now I don't know if it's species or cultures. I like cultures the best of the characters that they're going to interact with. And that is that the Drow are simply evil, period. Well, that's boring. And it doesn't make sense. The world is about perspective. So I started thinking of what would someone looking outside consider to be really evil, But if you were on the inside of it, you would understand more where it came from. And being a good Northeastern Italian kid who grew up in a neighborhood where people said, "What are you going to do at funerals?" and looked an awful lot like The Sopranos, I pulled out my copy of Mario Puzo's The Godfather, and I read it just to get in the mindset. And when I designed Menzo Berenzan, I wanted it to rhyme. And what it rhymed with were the New York families in The Godfather. It made sense. People on the outside think everyone there's evil, period. They're just evil. That's it. Blah, blah, blah. The dehumanization that we tend to always do. But that's not how the world works. If everyone there was evil, there'd be one person left alive, or two, if there were a couple. And that'd be about it. It's not how it works. So I did the Dark Elf trilogy. I built the world. I built a world that made sense, but was still different. Moving on a little bit from there, again, being reminded, EverQuest, and then with my own work now, about the power of words. I wrote a book for another shared world, Star Wars, in which I was tasked with killing a certain Wookiee. And I didn't want to do it, but they convinced me it was the right thing to do. And I had already taken the deal. So I wrote the book, and the responses were overwhelming. And to this day, I don't say I regret it, but I'm not sure we should have done that because so many people were so profoundly hurt by it. In my own work, my original books, I wrote a book called Mortalis soon after that book. And Mortalis I wrote during when my brother, the days when my brother was dying of cancer. I was losing my best friend. In fact, I had to cancel the tour for the Star Wars book because of that, because I was saying goodbye to my best friend. And the letters I got back from Mortalis and the letters I got back for Chewbacca were so, they took a different attitude. One was thanking me, one was threatening my life, but the emotions just reinforced to me the power of all of that. The power of words, the power of the collective, the cooperative relationship between author and reader. I did another book called The Highwayman, where the hero in the book is someone who has something very similar to cerebral palsy. And I remember doing a book signing. And a man came up to me with that book to sign. And he started crying, telling me about his son. And how he was going to read this book to his son and say, "See, there's nothing you can't do." It hits you. I watched Tracy's keynote from last year when he talked about the Purple Heart. Tracy actually called me in the car from that signing to tell me about that. And he was sobbing like a baby. "Sorry, Tracy, I owed it you." It was amazing. But if you're an author, if you're a world builder, these are the kind of things you have to expect if you're doing your job well, that you are going to affect people. You're not going to affect them because of a cool gadget. You're not going to affect them because some computer program told you, what the building should look like. You're going to affect them by the words, the choices, the perspectives, the philosophy that you use in your creation. And it is a double-edged sword. It takes a lot from you. People are letting you into their lives, often bad experiences. I've got cancer, but Drizzt is giving me the power to go on. And then you find out that person has passed. And it's like losing a friend. It can be tough, and it humbles you, and it inspires you. And it makes you realize that what you're doing has real value. It's not about making money. We all want to make enough money to keep going with what we're doing. But it's about those letters. It's about the letter you get from, over that part of the room over there, which you can't see. I've got a flag and a helicopter over a fire base in Afghanistan, signed by everybody who was there because they were sharing my books. And one of the quotes I heard was, "Thank you for letting me," I don't know if it was for this one or for a different instance, because you get a lot of these responses. thank you for letting me forget what I had to do today and not think about what I'm going to have to do tomorrow. And I'm like, holy crap, you know? So you become a part of that if you're doing it right. And in that, I will tell you that the journey that you're going to take as a writer and as a world builder is more important than the goal, okay? Because if the goal may or may not happen, right? You may design a computer game that blows up and makes the world wonderful. You may write a book that becomes the #1 New York Times bestseller and you sell tens of millions of copies or whatever. That may happen, it may not happen. And that's not just a matter, by the way, of talent. Let me be the first to tell you that for every person who's being asked to give a keynote like this because they've had a successful career in this field, there are probably 100 more who are just as good, or just won't get that break at the right time and in the right place to make it happen. But the journey is what matters. And I've got a couple of things that I have as evidence that I'm going to bring up right now. Excuse me for bending over. I feel like I'm giving a response to the State of the Union when I do that. But anyway, when I was in college, we studied 2 such journeys. The first one was Cosmos. Carl Sagan's Cosmos, where Carl Sagan was going through the history of man and the great discoveries and the cosmos around everything. He called it in episode 1 his spiritual journey, because that's what this is. That's the journey you embark upon if you say, I'm going to be a world builder, I'm going to be a writer. And for Sagan, if I'm going to be an astrophysicist. It's the journey you embark on to learn, to grow in yourself as well. That's critical, or you'll get bored with it. And the first time you're bored with it, when you get that rejection letter, or you put a book up on Kindle and sell 7 copies or whatever, and you realize I just spent a year and a half of my life and made $1.73 or whatever the take is. If you don't have that component, you're done. It's over. The journey is more important than the goal. The second thing is a book I still use. I used it when 38 Studios asked me to come in. I designed the world for 38 Studios that became Kingdom of Amalur: Reckoning, but the wonderful MMO we were working on died for other reasons that I won't go into here because I don't want to get all upset and angry and screaming at you folks. But anyway, so I had to work with a narrative team. And I did 2 things with the narrative team to start out. The first is I told them to read or watch the PBS series, like Cosmos, that had a 13-part series you can see on Netflix or wherever it is. It's out there, Amazon Prime, whatever. It's out there. You can watch Cosmos. You can watch Neil deGrasse Tyson's Cosmos rerun, if you will, redo, which is also pretty damn good. And the other one is this old gem that I actually took a 6-credit college course just studying it, called The Ascent of Man. Probably can't see that. The Ascent of Man. It's by a sociologist named Jacob Bronowski, and they also did a PBS series on it. The Ascent of Man studies where we came from, our cultures and all of that through discovery, as opposed to war to war, which is what most people do. So we got those videos. I wanted the narrative team to watch them and understand them, because every decision you make in your world is going to have consequences on the psyche of the people around that decision in the world. Not so much with the players. They bring different things to it. But this is how you make the world consistent. You make history rhyme. You make it make sense, logical sense to people. The other thing I did, the third book here, is I pulled out the old Time Life series. This is still my Bible. I have the entire set. There's, 15 or so of them. It's called The Enchanted World. And The Enchanted World goes into folklore all over the world, and fables. The Enchanted World tells you what people fancied, if you will, was going on with, whether it was, mermaids or sylphs or elves or, all of the Doc Alpha, the Tool Alpha, or all the different They steal your babies. They do this. They do that. You know, all the folklore that was out there. And what I told the narrative team to do is I want you to look through the Enchanted World and find some of these folklore things that really hit you, that you think are really cool. But when you write about them, I don't want to know about the folklore. I want something different that would have made the people seeing it come up with this as an explanation for it. We had a lot of fun with that, and I think it was a very valuable exercise. And then the third thing I did was demand of them to go to a different level. In an MMO, I'm sure everyone here knows, if you die, you come back. You have to. If you don't, game's over. Well, I'm playing hardcore classic WoW now, so I kind of like that. But anyway, most people don't. They'll quit playing your game. So we had resurrection in our world. I built it into the magic of the story and why it all of a sudden started working and hadn't worked for thousands of years before. But that's part of it. Making it make sense is part of it. The other part of it, and still, of course, it's just magic, right? But the other part of it is I said to them, I go, what does this do to the society? Because if I developed the pill tomorrow that I could mass produce and 8 billion people could take it, that gives you immortality, everyone would say, oh my God, this is a great thing. But would they? But would they? What would religion look like in a world where there was no death? What would happen to the power of churches? What would happen to the people who were benefiting from the power of churches? What would the mother who had just lost her children before this pill, aging mom before this pill came out, had lost her children, what would happen to her? Would she want this if she truly believed that she would see her kids again when we're gone? When she was gone to this, whatever was next. That's when we started getting into some really interesting quest lines. That's when we started, when you go to that level and you look for perspective, that's when your world will come to life for the reader, the player, whatever. Now, one thing I'm known for in my world, my books, is my villains. People like my villains. They like Gadamus and Treri. They like Jarl Axel, who started out kind of as a villain. They like Marcallo Dianero in my Demon Wars books. He's the coolest villain I ever did, I think. I love, not the coolest. Jarl Axel's the coolest, but Dianero is the one that really scares the hell out of me. Anyway, because what I'm using is perspective. There's a reason. It could be psychosis. It could be just demonic evil. But there's usually a reason why someone does the things they do. But even more than that, there's a reason why societies do the things they do. And if you don't have the perspective correct on the cultures looking at each other, you'll miss it. You see it right now, going on in the world right now. But one quick point on this is, I just watched World War II, the new World War II documentary, and they talked to U.S. pilots. When the Allies made the decision that they had to break the will of the German people, they sent these guys to firebomb Hamburg, which wasn't a military mission. It was a kill 60,000 civilian mission, and they did it. And the next day, when they had their after bombing reports come in, they met again. And they said there was one building, main building, still standing called the post office, the post office of Hamburg. And the massive refugee camp had grown up around the post office. So they sent them in again and killed 40,000 more people. And the pilot that they were interviewing, crying at this point, he said, I thought we were the good guys. Perspective is the critical thing in world building. AI is never going to give us that. That's your job. And I see that we have Janet back, and I think we're about done here.
Oh my goodness, so much food for thought there. Thank you so much, Bob. I have just a few questions from what came up, and I'm hoping that we have time for some from the chat as well in our last 10 minutes of this session. I wanted to kick off with, You speak a great deal about the awesome power of words, and I totally agree. Of course, I'm a dare I say word porn fan as well. How do young storytellers find their own voice, find their own way into the power of words? Do you have any advice for that?
Yeah, the first thing you do is you shut off grammar checker on Microsoft Word.
Yes, absolutely.
You learn language. You learn about the language. You understand but I'm not saying you learn about dangling participles and split infinitives. And by the way, if you ever knew where these rules came from, you'd go, you got to be kidding me, right? I mean, split infinitives come from the fact that Latin doesn't have two-word verbs.
Yeah.
But we split infinitives all the time when we're speaking.
To boldly go where no man has gone before, for example.
There you go. That's the classic. That is the example. The epitome of it right now is Star Trek. So, but once you know those tools and once you become aware of those tools, what moves you? Is it something bad is coming, or is it something wicked this way comes? So learn to be evocative to an extent. More than that, make your dialogue sound like people talking. I can't stress this enough. And something just popped up on my screen. I was about to go there anyway. It said, what advice do you have for storytellers seeking to find their own voice? I'll jump right on this one. What do you want to read? Because here's the thing. News flash. There's a reason why they're printing 200,000 books a year in the United States. There's a reason why some people like X and some people like Y. And some people who hate X and some people hate Y. It's because we all read differently. We absorb differently. There are different levels that the author has to give us to excite our brains to fill in the picture. So seeking your own voice, finding your own voice is merely a matter of, what do you want to read? What do you like to read? Now, and you don't get hung up that much on it. Like, well, I only like this type of book. I'm only going to write this type of book. You've got to try everything. Like, for example, one of the things, my Demon Wars series was inspired by Umberto Eco's Name of the Rose and by Sarah McLachlan's Building a Mystery. Seriously, those two things did it. Gave me Demon Wars. Boom, that's it. Eco wrote a book that I normally would not read. I don't like doorstops. I don't like massive descriptions. My imagination is rich. Man, you tell me there's a dragon in the room, and I've had a fight with that dragon before your heroes have in my head. So what I like to read are like Fafhrd and Grey Mouser, right? Are like faster paced. Even though I love Tolkien, I like faster paced. I like punch me in the face with action. Let's go. Let's rock and roll, right? That's what I write for the most part. That's your voice. Write what you think. When the other thing, really simple, read everything you wrote out loud to yourself and say every word. Don't go, you killed the dragon. Actually read it out loud. Perform it. Do these characters sound like people? Do they all sound the same? Do they sound like people you'd want to be around? Because when you're writing a book, what you're really doing is you're letting people live vicariously through your characters to see this grand world that they're in. A little different with video games, obviously, where their character is the most important character, and you're just trying to give them a logical world to play around it. That makes sense and has a lot of good, fun things to do. So that's how you find your own voice. What do you like? That's your voice.
I love that. There was this wonderful the preface to The Lord of the Rings by Peter Brett, I believe.
Peter Beagle. Peter S. Beagle.
Peter Beagle. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Last Unicorn.
Who said, and I paraphrase.
Peter Brett was probably about not born when that came out.
Right, exactly. Sorry.
Sorry, Peter.
So, and I paraphrase, you mentioned, he wrote that Tolkien found a place for our fantasies to live.
Yes. Yes.
Do you have any advice for creating worlds that resonate not just with our own fantasies, but with our readers' fantasies, with our players' fantasies when we're creating game worlds?
Well, yeah. I mean, once you've decided on the type of world you want, science fiction, tech, mech, fantasy, once you've decided on that, make it make sense.
Mm.
Give them places of beauty and comfort, and give them places of danger and intrigue. Whether it's spooky danger, right? Going through the woods in Tolkien with the spiders, or whether it's, attacking the Black Gate of Mordor. Give them something to fight for and something to fight against.
Yeah, I love that.
That's really the way. But if it makes sense, if the cultures make sense, and even if you're doing undead, that's a whole different thing. If you're doing demons or devils, that's a whole different thing. But if you're doing cultures clashing, and I think World of Warcraft has had an evolution of this since the beginning. What's the other side of the story? Make it make sense. Even if they decide they're still going to go fight orcs, at least if they know where the orcs are coming from, they might have a greater appreciation if they catch one. Capture one, right? Those are the things. Those are the types of things that make a world come to life, because there's enough familiarity to make you understand it, and there's enough difference to make you go, wow.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose one final question. I'm paraphrasing several questions here from the audience. When we're creating brand new worlds, should we be trying to create better worlds than this one, or should we be trying to hold a mirror up to this world? What are your thoughts?
Well, you're going to hold a mirror up to this world whether you want to or not, to some degree, because this is where you live. This is your live. Like I said, you, as an artist, you are the sum of your own experiences. That's what you bring to the table. And so that will be in there. There has to be enough of the world that people are living in to give them that familiarity, if you will. Whether you're creating a dystopia or a utopia is up to you, right? I mean, it's, I always say that with where we're going right now in the world, I think we're leading to a choice between Star Trek and Elysium.
Yes, that's a very good way of putting it.
There's going to be a lot of middle ground there.
Mm.
Are you trying to warn us about Elysium, or are you trying to show us the joy of Star Trek? Right? In Star Trek, basic needs are met. Go and live your dream. In Elysium, we've got our orbiting space station that we've turned into Nirvana. The rest of you toil in the mud.
Yeah. Which
type of world do you want to make? That's completely your choice.
Yeah.
The one thing I would caution people on is, don't just put different skins on what's already there, right? Don't make something look different but is still a goblin.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that, because one of the good things about coming along now is you get to stand on the shoulders of everybody that came before you. If you say Hobbit, you probably can't use that because it's probably copyrighted. But if you do something that is a name, but it's obviously a Hobbit, you're standing on Tolkien's shoulders, right? Halflings, okay. The same in elves and dwarves. If you're it's already there. So basically, it makes it easier for you to not have to do 37 paragraphs trying to explain why your dwarf isn't like a Tolkien dwarf, which probably will create cognitive dissonance in the reader and turn them off. By the way, just a hint. People now, if you say dwarf, they want someone with a Cockney accent that mines stones and right. So don't be afraid of the tropes. Just give them better surroundings and adventures to some extent.
Amazing advice. Bob, that is all we have time for. I know that you are a fount of knowledge and could easily, lay it on us for another hour, but I want to thank you so much for all of your time, for all of that incredible knowledge there. Thank you so much for being our keynote speaker at Worldbuilding Con 2024.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity, and maybe someone will want me to come in and talk about writing again someday.
Oh my gosh, I have this feeling that you might be appearing at sometime soon on a
podcast,
World Anvil World Building podcast.
Yeah, I think maybe.
I've heard it's really awesome.
I think maybe. Well, anyway, thanks thanks to everyone who was here, and go and remember, we can't be a dying breed. We add something to the world that AI is not going to.
Absolutely. And given the comments of love for your books in the chat, Bob, I would say you have definitely brought something to the world. Thank you
Cool.
so
I got a new book coming out.
Yep,
Pink
absolutely.
Folly, new Demon War book coming out on the 15th, I think. There you go. I got my plug in.
Quickle's Folly, guys. We've been putting links in the chat the whole time. Do go check it out. Wanvil.com/pin Quickle's Folly. In fact, is where you can find that.
It's a pirate book in my Demon Wars world. Don't have to read anything before it. Jump in, have fun.
Pirates and Demons, guys. What more could be
Get your
loved?
signed and personalized copies at rasalvastore.com. If I didn't say that, my wife would kill me because it's her store.
That is the punniest name in the world, and I am here for it.
I like that, folks.
Bob, thank you so much. And folks who are hanging out in the chat, in 15 minutes, we are back, and it's going to be horrible. Yes, tension and terror is coming right up with Cody Pondsmith, Shanna Germain, and Tim Waggoner. Stay tuned. This one is going to be as terrifying as it is epic. All right, folks, see you in 15. And we are back. Welcome to our second panel, or I should say our first panel, our second event of Worldbuilding Con 2024. And no, I can't resist those explosions. Don't blame me. We are talking about horror. And my horrible guests today, of course, they're horribly fantastic. I have Cody Pondsmith, who was born to game and raised to design, one of the lead designers over at R.Talsorian Games and the line lead of the Witcher TTRPG when he's not hiking in the backwoods of Washington State or tormenting his RPG group with devilish traps, bitter nemesis, and awkward in-character conversations. Sounds horror, by the way. Cody can be found in his office working on hard-to-build great games for people. Check out his new Project Blue Moon. Cody, welcome to the Worldbuilding Con stage. How are you doing? Oh, we seem to have some audio issues. That's always
there we are.
Hey, there we go. Always exciting when that happens.
Besides that, I'm doing great. I'm honored to be here.
It is a pleasure. It is the horror, may I say, of live streaming that every now and then we get a tech fail, but that's okay. That's the joy of doing it online, right?
True terror. True terror.
Absolutely. Now, do you have a favorite horror movie, game, franchise, book?
Oh gosh, favorite. I think I'm gonna have to say video game and Until Dawn.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Let's find out from our next guest, the amazing Shanna Germain. If she were a god, she'd be the benevolent god of rainbow and sprinkles. But here she will be talking about the dark and terrifying. Her award-winning body of work encompasses stories, games, poems, essays about lost lives and leviathans. It's a very nicely written bio, may I say. It is such a wonderful, wonderful thing to have you here, Shanna. The old gods of Appalachia, of course, your most horrible of horror, may I say. Very, very excited. Do you have a favorite horror book movie franchise?
You know, because I was trying to preempt after you asked that question to Cody, I was thinking about it. Favorite is so hard, but right now I would say I'm playing Alan Wake 2, which I'm really digging because it's got all this history and it's about a writer, which makes me really happy. And so maybe not favorite, but favorite currently.
I love that. Favorite for now. And speaking of wonderful and for now, we have for now and for soon, the Tim Wagner, who has published over 50 novels and 7 collections of short stories. He writes original dark fantasy and horror, as well as media tie-ins, and his articles on writing have appeared in numerous publications. He's a 4-time winner of the Bram Stoker Award, a 1-time winner of the Scribe Award, and has been a finalist for the Shirley Jackson Award and the Splatterpunk Award. Your shelf must be overloaded, sir. May I just say, how are you doing today, Tim?
I'm fine, thanks.
Wonderful. And do you have a favorite horror book, movie, game franchise?
I can never answer these questions. Every time somebody says, give me your top 5 or favorite, I have no clue. I love it all, so.
Just too much love for the horror. Well, that sets us up very nicely for what we're going to be talking about today. And folks in the chat, keep those questions coming. We'll be getting to them at the end of this panel. My first question for you is horror different? And how is horror different from other genres from a world building perspective? Obviously, world building we typically associate with fantasy, with sci-fi, but of course horror needs world building too. Where do all the spooks come from? How is it different? What are your thoughts on this one, Shanna?
Oh, right out of the gate. Well, I was just thinking as you were talking, like I write horror in real world, and I also write a lot of fantasy, sci-fi, spec fic horror. And I was thinking about, in some ways they're very different because you're working through, like in both ways, you have to find what is comfortable. And so in spec fic and fantasy and sci-fi, you have to spend more time creating this sense of like, here's the norm, here's what's comfortable. You really have to get your readers to feel safe in a different way than you do in the real world, where we know in the real world what makes most people feel safe. So there's this interesting, you're doing the same thing, but you're spending a lot more time kind of being like, you're fine, everything's good, so that you can then start breaking that. So I think that's one of the different things, is that you have to create a whole new set of what's safe and comfortable and feels like it's not going to scare your readers or your players.
Fascinating. Luring them into a false sense of security. I am here for that. Speaking of diabolical villains and plots and plans, Cody, what are your thoughts on this one?
I think, if anything, the trickiest part compared to standard world building is that there's so much behind the scenes. I've always felt that for good horror, you have to leave a lot unsaid, at least until you really want to, punch with it. So there's a lot you have to develop without ever showing it. So you have to have all of these, backgrounds for monsters and events and areas and things like that you're going to purposefully leave vague for players and readers and watchers. But you have to know all of that. You have to have it somewhere, because you're going to have to use it later.
I love that. I feel like this has set us up so nicely for the next question, which is, what are the ingredients of a great horror setting? What are the elements that you need, and what do you need to set things up for the story? What are your thoughts on this one, Tim?
I think that you need a sense of dread, of mounting dread. And you can get that with all kinds of different settings. I think it's one of the reasons why people often use like weather, like there'll be a blizzard, or there'll be it's raining, or hurricanes coming. So I think anything that allows that to occur, whatever it might be, crumbling building that you go into, the floor might collapse and you'll fall through at any moment. Anything like that.
Oh, I love that. Setting up some dread. I love the idea of using pathetic fallacy. It's so Dracula, having the storm outside as the dread mounts on the inside. What are your thoughts on that, Cody? Because I know that you did a lot of work on The Witcher, and this is something that's definitely really incorporated into that world as well.
I think that there needs to be a big aspect of uncertainty, and there needs to be sort of this constant certainty of safety. As they're saying as Tim was saying with dread, you have to have a certain amount of like on edge. Am I safe? Am I not? Is there something around the corner? Carrying that dread, and even into a lot of good horror games do this, and we do this a lot with The Witcher, with even though I am armed, am I safe? Even if I have a weapon, is that weapon going to do anything against whatever I am being stalked by, having to deal with, things like that.
Oh, I love that. And go on, Shanna. What are your thoughts on this one? Ingredients for a great horror setting. I feel like I want 3 opinions on this question. It's a big one. We want to stock our kitchens,
I'm going to go a totally different way and talk about isolation, because isolation in all aspects is so good. And one of the things that I love about the horror that's really coming out now is we're talking about not just physical isolation, but this isolation of being the other, whether we're queer or trans or, whatever our otherness is, it creates an isolation within us. And I think that that's something that we're all struggling with. And it's something that horror can really like tap into and give us the power to figure out how to change and grow from that space. So there's physical isolation, and then there's also this sort of sense of mental isolation in so many ways, where you are apart from the group or the sense of safety, the community. And there's a long history of that, but I like how it's starting to change in different ways as well.
Fascinating. Oh, I love that. We've talked about dread. How can we use setting to create this dread, this tension, this suspense? What elements of setting can we put into play when we are creating this? What are your thoughts, Cody?
So I think the biggest, as far as the atmosphere and the setting, I think one of the biggest points is descriptive sound. One of the most key tie-ins of really pinning down how you feel is going to be the music that you're going to use in the case of games, the sounds that people are going to hear, and the sounds you're going to focus on. If you're writing or running a game, what you describe to the players as far as sound, the creaking of their footsteps across an old floor, or the drip of water running down a stone wall or something like that is really going to put everyone on edge and kind of prepare that level of dread that you're looking for. And you can even use the absence of sound to push that even further. You know, you can give the person experiencing it a long period of relative silence that will put them even more on edge than a bunch of creepy noises.
I'm so interested in this, and I'm so glad that you brought up the idea of gaming, because I have one foot in both worlds. I'm both a writer and a game master and a game designer. And one of the big differences with those spaces is that as game creators, we're often interfacing directly with our players. We know what's going to freak them out. But as a writer, we don't have that luxury. It's one to many. The experience of the book is very far away from us as a writer. Somebody else is experiencing far away in a different room, in a different continent, often. How can you tailor that, Tim, to your readers that you don't know, as opposed to your players that you do know, when you're creating this sense of tension?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Whenever I do workshops, I always tell people that horror happens inside characters. If you have a monster wandering around in a field, it's not a monster until somebody's there to perceive it and feel threatened by it. So focusing on the kind of sensory details that I mentioned before, that can work really well. But filtering it through a character's point of view, writing immersive fiction, I think really is the best way to do that. And while you might have certain characters respond differently to different kinds of threats or encounters or whatever, there's a lot of universality to it as well. So the physiological responses people have to fear, that's biological. We all have those. You have to be really, really trained to fight those. And most people in regular horror stories are everyday people that can't do that. So I think if put yourself in that place, what would you do? What would you see? And I also tell people to remember that people don't perceive things fast. If something jumps out at you, you might just see like, some fur, some claws, some teeth. You won't know for sure if it's a werewolf or what the hell it is. And you don't care if this thing is trying to kill you. You wouldn't worry about it till later. So thinking about like even the misperceptions or limited perceptions that people might have during encounters, I think can really help.
I love that. Is it a werewolf or my mother-in-law? It takes you a beat to check it out. Fantastic. So we have sensory perception, we have the character's perception and watching them process these experiences. We have more external things like the music and I think as a game master we do a lot with our voices when we're creating suspense and horror. What other elements of setting and world building do you like to use, Shanna? Obviously, you're somebody who comes like me from the two worlds again. Do you find one works better in the gaming space and one works better in the writing space?
I think they're different, right? Because we're like sort of what everyone else is talking about. Characters are so important in fiction because I'm presenting everything through the character's POV. Whereas in game design, you're creating sort of a palette for the game designer to use as they see fit. And one of the things that I think is important in both of those is how much detail you provide, because there is a level of detail where you start to sort of see the zipper in the suit and it's not scary anymore, but you need to provide enough detail that people are freaked out. On the other hand, there is something wonderful about saying that something just has too many teeth and allowing the reader or the player to figure out what that means for them, because everyone's idea what too many teeth is different. And so when you present that in a way that's much more open and less detailed, I think you can really get into the psyche of what scares people, which, I love to do. So
I love that. I think one of the often used but lesser talked about parts of world building are the house, the layer. It's those locations. What do you think can make those feel creepy? Because it's when they walk into the monster's lair, it's when they're trapped in the haunted house that the drama starts to happen. It starts to unfold, and that really is when all the world building solidifies around the characters in a real way. What are your thoughts on that one, Tim?
Well, I think one of the big things, it's the same as if you're, doing Dungeons and Dragons. You're in a limited space. It's very claustrophobic. You can't see, especially in a house, you can't see what's in the next room or even around the corner, or in the walls or in the ceiling or on the floor that might come after you. There's nowhere to run, not easily. It's not like a big open field where you could just go in any kind of direction. And there are objects all over the place too that could either just be used against you, you might bump into, they might not be what they seem to be. So, and plus, a house is supposed to be a place of safety. This is where we go to get away from the outside. My wife loves being, in nature, and I tell her if nature was so great, we never would have invented inside. There's there's a reason why we did that. Um, and so when you're in there, that should be a place of safety, but then it's not. And of course, there's only so many ways out. You got, doors, windows, whatever. And if you can't get through those, you're definitely trapped.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that you brought up that sense of the unknown and how a house, in so many ways, a house is such a mundane thing, and yet they create all of these unknown corners. There's all of these unknown objects, and you can't see through the wall. You don't know what's coming. How do you like to use those kinds of elements in your own creations, Shanna?
I was just thinking as Tim was talking about how much I love to do that thing where you create a space that feels like it feels normal, and then you can play on the tropes. And so you have this like, oh, because the reader knows that like if you start a story with a happy couple, bad things are going to happen to the couple, right? So if you start a story with a happy house, bad things are going to happen to the house. But if you can then subvert that, because now your reader or your player is paying attention to the fact that something's going to start breaking down, there's going to be cracks, there's going to be things. But then if you can bring the actual horror element in from some other place where they're not looking, like that's one of my favorite moments. You've got this safety, they know it's going to break, but that's not at all what happens. Something else comes in from the side, and it's a tricky space, but if you can pull it off, it's so satisfying.
I love that. How about you, Cody? How do you go away, again, like with writers? As a game master, you can interface directly with your players, but as a game designer, you're at one step removed. You're providing, like Shanna said so well, a palette for somebody else to tell the story. How can you use these elements to convey to the game master the possibilities for their players?
I think one trick that I like is the almost like the leftovers of other encounters. If you're going into a lair, even if it's an old spooky house or something like that, I've always liked the idea of leaving those little bits of previous people in the home, previously people who have come there and maybe not gotten out or gotten out, but left something there. And you need to be super, super careful about this one because it can be really easy to over explain. But you can leave things like, just going through an old house or something, and you come around a corner or something and find a broken down door and a shotgun, but the shotgun barrel is just bent, not even totally bent, just like slightly bent, can speak amazing amounts to what the players are going to encounter. And if you leave a lot of those little clues for game masters, they can both lean on those to really create the environment and pick and choose which ones they want to use when. They can kind of say, well, I want to use this here, but I want to save this little hint until they get to the bathroom, for instance. Or, I'm going to use this, hastily scrawled note or something at a later point here. And they can kind of customize their experience with that layer.
I think that's one of the really big things about horror is that horror is, people always think of horror, boo monster, but actually it's horror investigation. Because if you knew what it is going in, it wouldn't be horror, it would be hero fights monster, right? That's a different genre. And so I think this idea of, the setting is there, and the setting can be there to start leaving us clues as to what the secret plot all along was, which is investigation. It's investigation in a trench coat, which ironically investigation often is wearing in the first place. But yeah, I love that idea of really, starting to leave fragments and clues, the bent shotgun, a claw mark on the wall, a note that was never finished. And I think that also is a great way, we're talking about tension, to start setting the stakes. Like, what are they in for here? What happens if they don't figure it out before And I love the idea that you said, Cody, of kind of setting the stakes out there with, you know, somebody didn't make it. This could be your future. Fair reader, fair player. I think that's beautiful. It also leads me to my next question: to show or not to show? Shanna mentioned the zips on the suits, but how do we handle this as GMs and novelists? How do we show enough? What are your thoughts? Ooh, who haven't had called on in a while? Shanna.
Boy, okay, so I talked a little bit about the level of detail, which is really important. And I also think that creating, like, so in fiction, I think most characters have one primary sense that they see the world through, or hear the world through, or feel the world through. And so by creating, by focusing in tightly on that one sort of sensory element, so it's all sound for this character, and then you can allow the reader to do the work of figuring out, well, what creature looks like that makes that sound, or, you know, and so I think one of the things to do is use one sense really, really deeply and allow the reader to extrapolate the other senses of space and time and creatures and everything else that's going on, because they're already feeling that dread, and everyone feels dread through a different system. Like, some people, I think, are more auditory, some are more visual, and so I think you can do that like that. And I think the other way to do it is to show the effect that it's having. You know, if you're a GM and you're running a game and you show the effect that something had on an NPC, and you can do this in movies and books and stuff as well, it allows the players or the readers to reflect off of that other character and be like, this character is freaked out, what is happening? And so it's not putting it on the reader or the PC's body. It is much more like, here's a reflective mirror of this thing, which is sort of the person version of leaving physical evidence around. And it gives them a lot of space to expand into, how should I feel when the person in front of me is going, right? And that gives, I think, one of those, so important to give people just enough that they can feel in their heart and their bones what's happening.
I love that. They feel in their heart and their bones what's happening. Very evocative. Tim, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I mean, one of the problems with showing is that gives the character control. Once something can be, you know, apprehended in terms of like perceiving it, and you can see the whole thing, you can fight it if it's physical, or if nothing else, you know, all the possibilities have been taken away. It's just this one thing. And, you know, so many horror movies, as soon as you see the thing, it shifts over to action adventure where they're just fighting it. You know, Jaws is a good example, even though they still don't show Jaws much until the very end. So I think you have to be real careful with that. But if you don't show anything, you might have a really nice kind of subtle sort of story, but a lot of people might feel that's, I don't know, sort of like a fruit pie with no fruit in it. You know, it's just they didn't get what they hoped to get. So I think you really have to balance it. I kind of do both, depending on, you know, what kind of scene it is and what's happening. A lot of my fiction I use more like a nightmare in some ways, and so sometimes in a nightmare you don't know what's going on. Sometimes you kind of do, but you still don't have control, or it's still horrifying. I try to do whatever I think the reader wouldn't be expecting in any given moment too. So if they expect me to be subtle, then I won't be. If they expect me to be extreme and in your face, I won't be.
Subvert expectations. Always be subverting. I think that's a great thing to take into our own practices. What are your thoughts on this, Cody? You have a slightly different approach, I imagine.
Well, I have a different approach because writing for Witcher, you know, it's a monster hunting game. So at the end, you kind of always do see the monster because, you know, it's about you hunting the monster. But I tend to leave that to the end. Like, obviously, there will have to be a big climactic fight with the monster at the end. But up until then, I think a good way to go about it is to describe the monster hand in hand with describing what it's doing. So if you are in a situation where the monster is acting on the world, you can describe what it's doing with a little hint of something about it. So if you describe that, like, you're walking through a dark forest in the snow at night, and you know, it grabs one of your, you know, party members and drags them off into the woods, you can describe, you know, the gnarled, almost root-like hand that comes out of the brush to grab and then pulls them screaming back into the wilderness. So rather than describing the monster, you are describing little moments, little almost like vignettes of the monster anytime the monster acts on something.
Sure. So only flashes, only in motion.
Yeah. At the end, you're gonna, for me, at the end, you kind of have to describe the monster. But when we do that, I find that it works well to take almost more of a video game aspect to that, where at the end, there's going to be the big sort of like introduction to the final boss moment. So if you're going to show the monster, show it in its grandeur. The moment you show the monster, show it doing the scariest thing that it's capable of doing. You're going to lose a lot of the horror the moment you show the monster, but you will transcend into showing a terrifying threat rather than a horror monster. And that allows you to kind of keep the intention of what you were going for.
Okay, I'm going off piece now because that's too interesting. My next question for you all is, apart from boss fight or, adventure versus monster, what are our options for ending horror stories? Where can we go if not that? I think this is a really interesting question. I'm sorry for going off piece, but this is where the conversation has gone, and I feel I need answers. I need answers, people. Tim, what are your thoughts on this? Where can we take our stories if not adventurer versus monster?
You can take lots of different places. I think if you focus on the character, you should think what kind of the effect what's going on can have on the character. One of the things I tell people is for horror, it really maybe for any fiction, it doesn't matter a whole lot who and what your character is so much as how they react to stress, how they react to things that they don't expect. And then especially, what do they do when they've been pushed beyond their limits? Do they completely shut down? Do they suddenly fight back? Like Marty McFly's dad in Back to the Future. He had to be pushed very far before he fought back. So I think that can help. And then there's other dangers. I usually tell people that, physical harm should be like, and death should be the least of your character's worries in a horror story. So, it could be threat to, like, they have a child, there's a threat to the child there. It could be they may lose their soul, or maybe it's like at the end of The Exorcist, where you have to kind of give up your soul to save somebody else. So I think thinking of different kinds of just awful outcomes beyond just the, somebody has been stabbed or somebody's been bitten, I think can really help.
Oh, I love that. Intriguing, very character focused. What are your thoughts on this one, Cody?
I've always been a fan of the sort of like, admittedly it can be done really corny, but the sort of it's not over ending of most horror films. There are good ones for like when you get to the end and the monster fulfills some goal and you're not entirely certain why it was trying to do it or what it was trying to do, or even you are, but the horror kind of almost peters out with the knowledge that there is something else happening, or that you end with that more climactic conflict, but that is not inherently the end of the conflict. I ran a Call of Cthulhu game at one time where my players were dealing with this unknowable creature in a ziggurat in Peru, and they were, fighting the cultists and doing the whole thing. And in the midst of it, one of my players, who had clairvoyancy, wanted to look into the ziggurat. And so I let them try. And they looked in and they saw what was in the ziggurat and immediately had a full mental break. And they ended that session. They had the big, because I was doing Pulp Cthulhu, they had the big, like, we defeated the monsters and the cultists, and whatever lays at the bottom of the ziggurat sleeps forever or whatever. But I made a point when we went into the next session of saying, like, okay, here's a time skip. You cannot stop dreaming about what you saw in that ziggurat. It never leaves you. You will never be safe from what you saw, and at the same time, you will never fully comprehend what that means. So I think there's something to be said for endings where you kind of end on almost like a cliffhanger that the tension is, will that cliffhanger ever be carried forward? Or will you just be forever in this cliffhanger where you don't know what it meant?
Scarred for life and never resolved. Shanna, what are your thoughts about, if not adventurer versus monster, how can we end our horror stories?
You know, my horror is so character driven and so psychological, it tends to be, because that is a place that I find really intriguing. And so my endings are often, you know, this character has been through this thing, and even if they've won, whatever that might mean, they are, like Cody was saying, they're changed for life, and the world is no longer what they thought it was, which is a place that like deeply scares me as a human being, and also I think is a sort of a human response to, like, I mean, we know that one of the most traumatic things are like earthquakes, because we think the ground is solid, and then when it isn't, we're just like, what the fuck is happening? So I feel like those endings where the character, you know, whether or not they've lost something, so I'm a huge fan of like the character losing something along the way. They have lost some belief or part of themselves or understanding of the world, and now they have to figure out what that means for them. Because I do think that it's kind of this quiet internal horror, but it's absolutely one of my favorite. Like punching readers in the throat and in the heart is like something that I just love so much. So I think going internal is a great way to offset the external things that are happening.
I love that. A kind of, and they were never the same again, ... and just sending them off into the world broken. You're welcome. You're welcome, readers. Speaking of which, what can ruin a great horror setting? I feel we've touched on some things already. Cody, what are your thoughts? What can ruin a great horror setting?
So I actually have I don't know, I may have a controversial opinion on this.
Love it.
I think that too much horror can ruin a horror setting. I think that, and I've run across this in a number of games I've run, people only have so much threshold. And one of the things we worked on in Witcher is that you can only deal with terrible so much before you get completely desensitized to it. So it can't be horror every single moment. You have to almost like peek and back off sometimes in the horror, or you get, you know, your players won't care, you know, oh, it's another terrible thing. Great. Your reader might get bored. You know, you need to leave those moments where it's not horror so that you can then turn the horror back on, or you're going to wind up totally desensitizing whoever is experiencing whatever you're doing.
Yeah, very, very well said. Players can often blue screen. They're just like, oh, this does not compute anymore. Too much the same, too horrible. I now have apathy for the world. So yeah, how do you handle that in writing, Tim?
Yeah, it's such a good point. I mean, if you look at things like any kind of movies or kids things where they bring all the monsters together, like in Hotel Transylvania, and it's not meant to be scary, but it couldn't be even if they tried, because monsters are normal. There's a whole bunch of them. I think I think less really is more when it comes to horror. It's different if you're doing dark fantasy. It's different if you're trying to do something, you know, that edges more toward other genres. But I think for pure horror, the less is better. So you have to watch out in terms of what you're doing, because if you're doing something like the entire house is haunted, then you can have every room be like, you know, a playground or a amusement park ride or something of horror. And yeah, it'll just eventually, if you're not careful, it'll become so exaggerated your characters will laugh. Not your characters, I mean your readers will laugh. Or I imagine it's the same for players. It's just too much. It's too ridiculous after a certain point. And, you know, for horror fans, that can be fun if you're watching something that's supposed to be kind of a roller coaster ride, especially in a movie, but you're not really experiencing, you know, anything even close to fear at all by that point.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have any thoughts, Tim, on what else can ruin a great horror setting? We've talked about, you know, too much horror, like the spraying banknotes of horror, where it just kind of gets completely over the top and too much. What else do you think can really kind of pull apart a horror setting?
Um, Maybe over familiarity. Like if you actually have something that the characters could talk to, like in It, they can talk to Pennywise, and if Pennywise becomes overly familiar with them, Or if you get a character who refuses to, they're just not impressed by it in any way, shape, or form. It can be funny if it only happens for a bit, and then they're killed because of it. They think it's not real, and of course then it eats them, and everybody else runs. But I think that it's how people react, and I think it's whatever kind of relationship they have, if any, to what's going on. I think those kind of things, if it's done not well, if you're not careful to keep a certain amount of distance from it, I think that can ruin a setting.
Yeah, absolutely. In my dim and distant past, I used to be an opera singer, and they say on the stage, acting is reacting. It's the same with storytelling. It's the way the world reacts. It's the way characters and people react that tells the story, that sets the tone. I think that's very, very true. What are your thoughts, Shanna? What can ruin a great horror setting?
This is tied a little bit into both of these other things, but whenever I'm working on horror, I think, where is the hope? So I think that horror without hope doesn't work. And the reason for that is because people need to believe that there is something they can save. And like as Tim was saying earlier, like themselves might be the lowest rung on that ladder. I mean, we all have this survival instinct, but I think in stories and games, like saving something external to us, right, small animals are often a thing, children are often a thing, but if you can establish that a character loves a thing, it might even be a forest or their house or like some object that they've carried with them, and they have to hope so badly that there's a chance that they can save that thing. And so putting that hope up against that horror constantly, I feel like is so important. And if there is no hope, and I know that there are horror stories out there that have no hope, and they, some of them work really well, but I do think that like somewhere inside there has to be this belief, even if it's just in the reader or the player, that things might just turn out okay. And if you don't have that, I think it's hard to have horror.
Interesting, very interesting. That goes back a little bit to what Tim was talking about earlier, where your own death may not be the most terrifying thing. It's the death of the ones we love. It's the death of the things we love that actually makes the stakes higher. It makes it more terrifying. Much to think on there. We talked about overfamiliarity. Pennywise came up. I can't help but imagine him trying to bum a smoke now. But that's all I can think of. But how do you make traditional horror elements feel fresh? How do you make them feel scary? How do you make Dracula? How do you give him fangs again? How do you make regular ghosts feel new or fresh or terrifying, as if for the first time? Shanna, what are your thoughts on this one?
I feel like I always get the hard ones first.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's good for my brain. Where's you stretching my brain? I was just thinking about that. I tend to lean more into things like dryads and sort of secondary traditional horror elements. But I was just thinking about this story that I wrote. I went to New Orleans, and this singer who is amazing came up to me during an event, and she put her finger in my ear and then whispered. And like when she put her finger in my ear, I couldn't hear anything else in the room. And she just whispered to me, "What do you want?" And it was the weirdest, wildest experience I've had, like one of the wildest experiences I've had in my life. And she turned into this amazing sort of siren in one of my books. And so it was taking this, because it was like she was a real world siren, and it was amazing. And so by taking these elements that are outside the traditional space, of like what a siren might be, and bringing them into the real world, and bringing these very specific details that are adjacent but not things you've heard before, I think can really, really work. And then to keep using sirens as an example, you can also go back to original sirens were not the sort of beautiful singing sweetly creatures, right? They have a whole history of being wildly dark and super scary. And so if you can go all the way back, same thing with fairy tales and all those kinds of things, and find those origins and pull out something that someone has not pulled out yet, I think is a great way to do that as well.
I love that. What are your thoughts on this one, Cody? Making traditional monsters feel terrifying. Yeah, it's something you had to do a lot in The Witcher, in fact.
It's super, super tricky. I think what we came to in a lot in Witcher is roughing up the smooth parts of monsters. There are a lot, especially as we move forward, and a lot of like vampires and ghosts and things like that come into sort of the pop culture in the very modern sense. There's a tendency to like smooth them out a lot. So when you're looking at like vampires. It's all very smooth and perfect. And if you're killed by a vampire, it's because they bite your neck or something like that. If they're going to kill you in a more dramatic way, they'll break your neck or something like that. But it's taking those smooth moments and roughing them back out, back into the more animalistic kind of aspects of them in the past. I remember I was reading Bram Stoker's Dracula at one point when I'd not gone through and read it. And there's the aftermath of Dracula killing Renfield. And you expect, he, comes into his cell or whatever and, snaps his neck or drains his blood or whatever. It's like, no, he beat him to death. And you're like, oh, okay, that's not smooth. That's not like a safe sort of TV death. That's a horrible, brutal death. And in Witcher, we take a lot of those monsters and take them back to that more bestial kind of aspect that takes all those smooth edges and roughs them up and makes them feel more like both a real world thing and less of an archetype as kind of what they have come to be. And that is, for instance, like Garcane's one of the vampiric monsters in Witcher. They drink your blood, but they don't bite your neck. They tear you apart and then lap the blood up off the ground. So you're taking these smooth edges and roughing them back up so that they're, horrible again.
I love that you mentioned that. There's a very fine book, half a very fine book by Christopher Booker called The 7 Basic Plots. And as he describes the overcoming the monster plot and what constitutes a monster, he discusses essentially exactly this, how monsters and our most archetypical monsters, they are this blend between what is human and what is thoroughly animal, thoroughly non-human. So it's so interesting to me that you guys came to the same conclusion with Witcher, because it's such an interesting way to get back into what is visceral about monster. What are your thoughts, Tim, on refreshing our traditional horror elements, refreshing our vampires, ghosts, and monsters? Is it something that you've broached, and how?
It's something that I advise people all the time to do. Is one of the things that happens with monsters is that if they're really effective, pop culture tries to defang them as soon as possible. They'll parody
Sparkly
them, they'll
vampires.
turn them into pop
Yeah.
figures, toys for kids. They'll start making Hotel Transylvania. So it's really hard to just use something that is so recognizable as a trope. So what I tell people to do is try to break it down to what the core of the trope is. So the example I always use is Jason and Michael Myers. They're silent, both of them. They might as well be the same character for the way they look and what they do. They're both silent. They wear monochromatic clothing. They have white features, if you count the mask as a feature, that they do not change, and they kill people with a metal implement. And I say, what archetype is that? And somebody will eventually go, it's the Grim Reaper. And I said, yep. But it's the Grim Reaper that has been, melted down to its core and then built back up again into a way that the baggage is not there, but the power of the trope is there. Hannibal Lecter is like Dracula. He's like the Dracula that would beat the hell out of Renfield because he would have this veneer of civilization, but be a monster underneath. And the way he's portrayed by Anthony Hopkins is kind of like that. He's got sort of a widow's peak and everything, and acting, he's upper class and everything. Norman Bates from Psycho makes a good werewolf character. So I think the more you can do that, the better. You can go through, pick monsters or whatever. You could also reverse the trope too. So instead of a life sucker, you have something that imbues life. Maybe it takes life from one and gives it to another for some reason, and see what you can do with that. So there's lots of different ways that you can take what really is, a primal trope and keep it, but at the same time refresh it, like you were saying.
I love that. The moment you said that, I was reminded of, the kind of the subtrope. It's not the one that takes life, it's the ones that gives years, for example, is a very interesting kind of flip on that. And I love the idea that, Jason Myers is actually, the Grim Reaper in a hockey mask. I think that's genius. And yeah, what a wonderful way to think about that. I think that's fantastic. Speaking of fantastic, how do we describe the indescribable? We mentioned too many teeth. I'm going to mention Lovecraft for a second. I know he's got some personal issues, but Lovecraft was somebody who sort of had to approach this as well. How do we describe the indescribable? Tim, you are a master of words. What are your thoughts?
This is super hard to do. I kind of default back to how people perceive it, the effect that it has on someone. The movie X, when they have that sort of flash forward and we see all the carnage that we're going to find out how it occurred. And that scene ends with the sheriff, down in the basement looking at what we eventually find out, is a body that's chained up down there. And he's like, they do a close up on him and he says, "Oh my God, that is way better than actually showing us the body." So you sort of just, it's like looking at an eclipse. You can't look at an eclipse directly, but you can indirectly. And so you pick the indirect thing that will let you show it. Or it could even be like a flash of different sort of characteristics, like we talked about before, where you see some teeth, you see an eye glint or something. That might work. Could be Lovecraft would talk about those kind of psychic impressions people would get. They would feel like psychic pressure on them, and that can work really well. Sensory experiences that are alien, in ways that, you're smelling a color and it's really massively confusing. So something like that could work too. But I think just kind of doing the, like, here's the monster manual for Dungeons and Dragons, and here's like the drawing, here's all the hit points. Yeah, I don't think that works too well.
Yeah, it's very difficult as a game designer to get that balance where on the one hand you want to be to the GM, here is the thing, here's how it works. Don't show your players. Cody, how do you manage that?
I mean, I think that a lot of that comes down to the description, and I have a fascination with the ineffable monster kind of concept, because it can be different to everyone. The best way I've ever figured out how to write it is to use a lot of simile and metaphor. So rather than describing the monster, give some vague similes and metaphors that kind of lean into kind of what it is. So theoretically, every person who reads that paragraph description will imagine something else, and that is the equivalent of their brain personalizing as much as it can whatever it's seeing without fully understanding whatever it's seeing. So you get the high points, but they're high points that your brain has to work to imagine, rather than just, giving you a basic description.
Sure. So describe what it's like, describe what it's similar to. Don't describe what it is. Describe what it could be seen as. So essentially, again, keeping that level of extrapolation, keeping that level of, I'm not quite going to tell you what it is, even though you're the game master. I love that. That's really interesting. Shanna, you are a poet, among other things, and therefore words are your forte. How do we describe the indescribable?
I was just thinking about the poetry part of that, because one of the things that I love so much about poetry is you can take two words, and when you put them together and right next to each other, it enhances or increases or changes the meaning of the words, right? So poetry is also all about taking one part of language and putting it to the next, and giving breathing spaces and giving pauses and giving these turns and lines that turn in toward each other or move away. And so I feel like a lot of my indescribable work is, here's a word that sort of describes some element of this creature. It might be looming, which is a thing that lands on the reader or the character much more than saying it's 12 feet tall, right? A thing that looms, you can imagine a whole variety of things depending on what looming means to you. And then when you put it with another word next to it, and the sound changes or the meaning changes, now you've got this indescribable sense that is really intangible and yet at the same time very visceral. And so I think the more you can pay attention to your language in those places of a little bit of actually concrete description, a little bit of emotional space, a little bit of the sense of the physical space in which your character's in, and you just start kind of tweaking them and like a little puzzle until they all create the essence that you want, is one of my favorite parts about writing, actually. And so I love doing that so much.
I adore that. And I feel like everybody, every world builder here, whether we're creating alouds or whether we're creating poetry or fiction, these are skills we need when we're approaching the horrible, the terrifying, because I mean, even Tim, whose shelf is bejeweled with awards, has admitted this is something that is difficult. This is something that is tricky. We have a very interesting question in the chat. Again, on the idea of words, are tools like onomatopoeia useful in horror scenarios? What is too much and what is too little? I think the question there is what turns it into a comic book and what doesn't quite give the idea. Cody, what are your thoughts on this one?
Oh boy. I think that onomatopoeia is best used for the really evocative sounds. It's best used for the sounds that you want your reader or experiencer, as it were, to feel more than you want them to understand. So a good onomatopoetic word you might describe or just say, like the sound of a spine cracking in the grip of a monster or something. That sort of sound. You might describe the way, granted, once or twice, the way a monster moves with I don't know, a slithering sort of sound. I think the key is that you have to be very sparing about how often you use them. Basically, the first time somebody experiences a really visceral thing, the onomatopoeia can be very powerful to give them that feeling. And then hopefully every time that you reference that thing again, they will have that onomatopoeia in their head.
I love that. I'm gonna product neutral this question. What are some of our favorite horror mechanics in terms of story that we can use to scare our readers, our players? Shanna, what are your thoughts?
I love a time pressure with a raised escalation. So like in an RPG, you might have something where like every time your character gets scared, now there's this faster pace, or the dice rolls have more meaning, or there's bigger impact. I mean, I think that's true in a story too. Like if you can give this pressure, and this is true not just in horror, but horror has a specific sort of psychological terror of like you start losing your mind slowly, or the thing gets closer. And so I really love this idea that like the reader or the player can perceive how the thing that they're scared of is moving toward them, not just physically, but sort of in time and space and their own brain. And so anything you can do to create this pressure toward the character or the player, I think is fantastic.
I love that. Really, like slowly dialing things up in time, in space, in stakes. Yeah, that's the good stuff. All right, Tim, always be subverting, we discussed earlier. How hard is it to subvert horror tropes to scare people? What are your thoughts? And do you have any tips for subverting? Because I'm going to say, if you're a beginner horror writer, it's challenging to look at what exists and figure out how to subvert it successfully.
Yeah, I think one of the easiest ways is to draw on stuff you see in the real world, things that nobody else in the world might perceive the way you do. And you can still, ally it with a trope underneath, but you've got a different sort of way of approaching it. A couple days ago, I was coming home from the grocery, and somebody had put a refrigerator out on the sidewalk and spray painted the word "free" in great big gray letters on it a couple, places. And I'm like, no, I'm not going anywhere near that damn thing. And so just I could take that, and I don't know if I'll ever use it, but I usually write those kind of things down, or if I have a chance, I take a picture of it. So I can then go ahead and when I'm looking for things, sometimes what I'll do is I'll take like one weird thing that I saw, and especially for a short story, I'll take one weird thing I saw, then I take some kind of emotional core like loss, and then I pick maybe something I lived through and sort of disguise it. And those three things together usually give me a good short story from that. So yeah, just pay attention to the weird world around. It's like the woman who did the thing in the year. That's like I heard that and I was like, oh, I was so jealous. That's such a weird, wonderful thing to have happen. But those are where, and you kind of invent your own tropes then, which is really cool.
I love that. Also, I love the idea of the free fridge, which is like free candy with more freons. Terrifying. I'm here for it. All right, guys, we are in our final few minutes. I would love some final advice for our world builders on approaching horror. What are your thoughts, Tim?
Maybe think about all the movies, comics, TV shows, whatever that books that you've read and just disappointed you, the things that just did not work, or the moment when something just went south. I love the movie. I think it's Sinister. I love it up until the point where they go visit the college professor who says, "Oh, the thing you're dealing with is this ancient god who was named Bagul," and like, you don't need that. That's
Exposition.
terrible.
Yeah.
Your people should not be able to find stuff out on the internet about whatever this thing is, but whatever it is that might be that for you just kind of jump the shark, and then try not to do that kind of thing, and then do the opposite too. What are the things that for you worked so well that they just will stay with you forever? And if you make some lists like that, that can really guide you in terms of what works really well for you, because I think that'll make your best work as opposed to trying to copy what other people do.
I love that. That's some wonderful advice. Cody, what are your thoughts? Final advice for our world builders.
I think that a big part of it is don't be afraid to experience a lot of horror in a lot of different ways. Because we are, as Tim was saying, we're all pulling from our own experiences when we create. So, don't be afraid to watch horror movies and read horror books and listen to spooky stories on YouTube and all this stuff. It does not mean that, you're unoriginal or being a copycat or anything like that. You are expanding your horizons as long as you don't copy it directly, obviously. And also get out and experience the world, and don't put yourself in any particularly dangerous places. But I've had a lot of experiences going hiking on backwoods trails that were very very spooky. Nothing ever happened, but that definitely gave me ammunition to write horror later on.
I love that. And I would like to say World Anvil does not condone conversations with Pennywise. Thank you very much. And Shanna, what is your final advice for our world builders on approaching horror world building?
All right, this one's a little off kilter, but here's what I'm gonna say. Put your dog in it. And this is what I mean by that. You have something that you as a human being love deeply, that you are so afraid to lose, that you would give your absolute life for. My dog is one of those things. And so if I feel like I'm trying to make a horror story and it's not clicking or it's not getting there, I haven't figured out what, I say, okay, I give my character my dog, and then I say, now what? Like, now what's going to happen? Now it's the scariest possible thing. Now what is my character going to do to make sure that my dog stays alive? And even though the dog doesn't end up in the final story, that something does, something that the character is deeply, deeply, deeply invested in will end up. And so if you're struggling to kind of get around those emotional spaces, or if you're missing, if things like something's not quite working, like put your heart, your beloved dog, your beloved ex, whatever the thing is, put it in there and see kind of what happens.
Amazing. Folks, we have 1 minute to go. Kobe, what's up next for you?
So right now I am working on my new RPG, Shadow Scar, which is a game of intrigue and espionage across a multiverse of worlds, where you play agents of a secret agency who are trained by ninjas to go out and hunt demons and monsters from Japanese mythology.
You have me. I'm there. Yes. Thank you, Kobe. Tim, how about you? What's up next for you?
I can't say. I signed an NDA. I'm doing novelizations of some movies for a movie studio, and they're waiting for them to announce it. But I'm having a lot of fun.
Very exciting. Watch this space with Tim Wagner. And Shanna, what's up next for you?
I'm working on a novel and a game. The novel is about a psychopomp who has to take a living girl through the underworld, which is very fun and dark and spooky and scary. And then the game that I'm working on is called Gunslinger Knights, which is about knights who ride motorcycles and have to fight giant monsters that come out of the storms.
Okay, I love everything about that too. Guys, watch this space for all of my amazing guests. And of course, let me tell you what's up next for you. In 15 minutes, we will be back talking politics politics and power. With CL Clark, Alina Peaked, and Basheer Ghouse, it's going to be legendary. Of course it is. It's politics and power. So I will see you all in 15. And in the meantime, grab your hammer and go world build. See you soon, guys. And after that calming interlude, we are back. Folks, it's been all things world building today here on Worldbuilding Con, and of course it has. We have had R.A. Salvatore talking about the power of words and world building. We have had a horrifyingly entertaining panel on horror. And what's next? Politics and power. Today, we are talking all about drama in your world, plot points, factions, and who could I be better placed to discuss this with than my amazing panelists? First up, we have C.L. Clarke, the BFA award-winning editor and Nebula-nominated author of The Unbroken, the first of the Magic of the Lost trilogy, several short stories and essays, and when she's not imagining the fall of empires, she's trying not to throw her kettlebells through the wall. Talk about power. CL, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm awesome. Thank you for that amazing introduction. I'm so excited to be here again. Oh, this is always so cool.
It is always such a pleasure to have you. And speaking of wonderful, I would like to welcome back another World Anvil podcast regular. It's Basheer Ghouse, writer, game designer, narrative designer, working in tabletop games. He has worked across the industry, including for Wizards of the Coast, Critical Role, Cobalt Press, and Paizo, and is currently developing Guns Blazing, which I got to hear about when we were chatting in San Francisco. Basheer, how's it all going?
Going pretty well. Getting used to Virginia. But yeah, going pretty well. Happy to be here. Looking forward to this discussion.
Very exciting. And a fellow sister of the Bright Locks. Welcome, Alina Pete, who is I'm going to pronounce this wrong. I'm so sorry. I'm British.
Nahio? Yeah.
Thank you. A Nahio Cree artist and writer of the Little Pine First Nation in Western... No, I practiced this one.
Saskatchewan. It's not
Thank
easy.
you. I'm
Also
just
an
so
Indigenous word.
terribly British. I do apologize. They are a multidisciplinary creator working in comics, animation, VFX, and VR. Their writing work includes fiction, poetry, and TTRPG supplements. Love to hear it. And they won the 2023 Imagining Indigenous Futurisms Award. They were the editor for several all-Indigenous comic anthologies, including Indigenerds, Tales of Modern Indigenous Life, and The Woman in the Woods, and other North American stories. They live and work on the unceded lands of Kwetlen, Musqueam, Katsi, Semiahmoo. I'm really trying. Twasan. Help me.
Perfect, actually. Oh, perfect. That was well done. And that was a lot of different names.
Butchering your words. I apologize. I do my best. Folks, we are here to talk politics and power. It's always a spicy subject, but I feel with these beans at my side, hopefully we will bring you something new and interesting. So, really kicking off with the basics. How do we define power when we're talking politics? And are there different types of power? Alina, what are your thoughts on this one?
Oh, we're jumping right into the deep end here. So, I don't know how familiar everyone is with Indigenous politics and power. It's not something that gets taught in TV or in schools very much. It's not something we see on TV or in books very often. But there are all kinds of different power. There is personal power. There's interpersonal power. There's interclan power. There's so many different layers of it, so many things for you to play with. But I think at the end of the day, power is somebody who holds the lever of where are we as a people going next.
Very interesting. Basheer, what are your thoughts on this one?
So my approach to this, at least from a world building sense, is kind of defined by the genre I write in. Like I write for tabletop games, so it's all about what can be used in the game and what can be brought to the table. And so my personal definition of power is your ability to enact, or a faction's ability or etc's ability to enact changes they want or courses of actions that they want on the world around them. So that might be that could be, and you'd have different types of power in terms of like if you have for example legal control over some part of a government or some part of an organization, you can directly say, I want this done, use the mechanisms of that organization and implement whatever it is you want done, or at least make the attempt. Whereas like soft power, or which is generally defined as hard power, and soft power is like stuff like cultural influences and connections with other people and the like, where you can push people towards making decisions that you want, but you cannot force the issue.
I love that. The power to enact change. CL, what are your thoughts about defining power when we're talking politics?
I mean, yeah, I think I keep it pretty simple, and it's the ability to change the world around you. And that seems to be in line with what both of my panelists have said. But the ability to change the world around you, and that can be large scale or small scale, like smaller dynamics, like in a relationship, like, do I have the ability to get somebody to make dinner for me, or am I the one who is made to make dinner, or do I get the power to make dinner for someone? And so they're like, what it is and how the power, like what direction power flows, is wildly variable, and it depends on the situation between characters or systems. But I also subscribe, at least when writing, to the idea of hard and soft power, and the characters may display that in very different ways. And so we've got like characters who may like physically move things, whether it's with magic or they're fighters or something like that. Or speaking of politics, they're people who have either blackmail powers or powers of desire or something like that, like something that they hold over somebody else, and they can use those to manipulate the world around them.
Fascinating. I love this. I love already with this. So obviously when we're world building, we're not usually dealing, I hope we're not usually dealing with a monolith, with a mono species, with a monoculture. We're dealing with lots of different kinds of people, lots of different species and classes. How can power affect species and culture and class, and how can species and culture and class affect power and its trappings? What do you see being the relationship between those two when we start to think about world building? It's one of those big old questions, I'm afraid. CL, what are your thoughts on this one?
Oh no.
We've only got an hour. I'm not sure we can answer this question.
Justice for the next hour.
This is all we're talking about.
Right. This is it.
Yeah, I mean, and we might have to take it like one thing at a time as well.
Yeah.
All right, we start with species.
Class, yeah.
So we start with species. I mean, I think like with like the world building context, we also have all the freedom of like, do we make these creatures sentient? Do we make them non-sentient? Like, so let's, I mean, I can limit them a little bit. Like, okay, if we have sentient creatures and non-sentient, and then I don't know. Like, I'm trying to remember my, like the qualifications or that I read for some other game that I was playing, but things that think and can make their own decisions, and or speak, and then things that can make their own decisions but don't necessarily speak. So our version of just animals,
so sapience
like
versus
dogs
sentience,
and
in a way.
yes, yeah. There's already, like, if you just think about our world, there's a huge power differential. We think we can do whatever we want with four-legged animals. Like, this is just a dog. Like, I can, like, some people may advocate for them, but on the whole, we consider their lives to be lesser than sapient beings. And then we get, like, plant life, and it's like, well, that's completely fair game. Like, you know. And so in that way, there's that power gradient. We barely even started. I don't know where to go with culture and stuff.
Can I jump in here? Because I got
absolutely
some input on
Please.
that. So in Nihilwewen, which is Cree culture, there is a set of laws, and they are not laws like you would expect them here. Only like one or two of them are dealing with actually like interpersonal laws between like don't murder, don't steal, that kind of stuff that'll get you kicked out of the tribe. Other laws are offenses against other peoples. And by that, we mean, the four-legged people, the plant people, and then offenses against spirits. So things like protectors of areas, waterways, things that have a spirit. So when you think about law in that way, it really affects how you would write your laws, like what is against the law. And in a lot of ways, the weird way we're living right now, this exploitive way of living against the earth, is against the law at a fundamental level.
So interesting. I love the idea that, power becomes also, how do we use power? How do we abuse power against the natural world, not just against, our own little cosm that we've made. Of course, we had R.A. Salvatore as our keynote speaker, the creator of the DRO, the Matriarchal Society. I think that's also something very interesting to consider when we're considering species of who holds the power, who doesn't hold the power. When we're considering cultures and trappings of power, what does power look like? What does power used look like? Which is kind of what you're talking about there a little bit as well.
Yeah,
what are your thoughts on this, Basheer?
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's actually one where I'd argue that like the difference there isn't species, it's culture. Where like for a lot of, especially in fantasy settings, a lot of your species might just be like basically they're humans and maybe they have like a thing or two, but it doesn't actually affect the nature of power and its trappings as much as what culture do those species have and how does that interact with other cultures that other species have. And like you will have, in essence, for most fantasy settings, where the politics of a multi-species culture are the same as the politics of like a multicultural society.
Yes.
Or have similar dynamics and similar effects as the culture of a cultural society. Whereas like having something like dragons or something like mind flayers or like stranger sorts of aliens from science fiction, like science fiction, especially hard science fiction, with fundamentally different ways of being and interacting with the world, that's where you get into like, oh, how does species affect power and its trappings? Where you go like, yeah, if you have an old dragon in your like nation, in your society, that fundamentally affects how power works, because a lot of power bends around how do you deal, like what are the opinions of the 30-ton arrow-proof giant dude who can burn down cities or like villages if it wants to, or you have to where you have to leverage an enormous amount of other sorts of power to do anything about what it has strong opinions on. That's where I think species comes into the equation. But for most places where like you would say, how does species affect power and its trappings in a fantasy setting, you're actually asking about culture. And it looks like you're asking about species because a lot of fantasy settings will go for monocultures for their species because that's much easier and quicker to write or communicate, or they will effectively have monocultures for their species because that's all that got on screen or that's all that someone's considering when they're writing about it.
Yeah, and we can also just go back to that, like that very small little scientific thing of like species just means you are a different species if you cannot mate together and bear viable young. And with all the half elves out there and the half orcs and stuff, I'm assuming that there's not really a differentiation there. So
yeah, absolutely. Let's not get too biological on this one, because I want to remain in the space of particularly political power. How do you set up political intrigue when world building? What ingredients do you need when you start dealing with political intrigue? What are your thoughts, Basheer, on this one?
So you want some sort of like scarcity or conflict, something that people are competing over. What is the method of and then you want, I tend to have some sort of institutional legitimacy that people want in order to affect that thing, or that they can use whatever's scarce to affect. And then you want like individual personalities where like I think it can be easy to gloss over how much of power politics is personal. It's about individual people's hang-ups or feuds, the things that happen to them that shape who they are, how they view the world, or how they view political systems, why they want to affect the ends that they do, like some person's individual neuroses, or like the fact that they have a rivalry or deeply hate someone else in their who's competing for power with them, can have enormous impacts on history or on like the nature of the political intrigue you've got going. And having individual people who are influential in power politics also makes it a lot easier to hook in players, just from my perspective as a tabletop RPG writer.
Right. I love that. I love this the space that we're getting to, where, you know, politics is about power, but it's about people, but it's about what they can do, but it's also about who they are. What are you thinking, CL, when you're setting up political intrigue? What ingredients do you introduce to your world and to your stories?
Yeah, so full disclosure, I'm on this panel, but I find politics to be the absolute hardest thing to write. Like, when I do my novels, like, I don't get the politics right until like draft after draft after draft. And I just find it so difficult. But part of the things that I go to when I'm structuring the world is, with a novel, it's not as much that I'm giving fodder to people like you might for players who get to play with something, but I'm giving them things to look for or piece together. When I'm tying in, like, a character has a personality, they have a history, and especially like with like older characters who might have been in a scenario, and even if the hero is younger than them, having their history, the older character's history, make a big difference in the plot is really exciting to me, because the younger character, or I mean, it's not always younger character, but the reader gets to piece these things together and see how they're impacting the current day storyline. And my favorite thing is, in addition to having something that people want in the present day, I like giving people a secret, because it's that secret that somebody else can take and hold against them. It's a secret that they'll do anything to avoid people finding out about, and that can change your actions from day to day and how you might achieve your goal. It kind of gives you checks and balances. Like, I want to go and just kill the king, but if I do that, then so and so will find out that I am doing this or doing that, and so there's that secret gives us something else to limit the power. Because in a lot of politics, as I'm writing them, I'm like, well, why don't they just do the most obvious thing? I'm like, well, then the book will be over. So we have to build in organic reasons that this can't happen, and so secrets are one of the ways that I do that.
I think that's very insightful. And I want to put your mind at rest. The people who do things naturally are rarely the best teachers. The people who have struggled, they're the ones who know all the good tricks, CL. Okay? So
Great.
don't you worry about a thing. Alina, what are your thoughts about setting up political intrigue in your world and in your stories? What ingredients do you like to put into play?
I mean, I think I was going to say that I had two different answers for this, whether I was writing a book or writing like a world building stuff for my campaigns. But I think, thinking about it further, it's actually the same thing. I tend to use politics as a challenge or a roadblock for the characters, whether they're the group or the characters I'm writing, that there is something that they want to achieve and they cannot. And now they have to work with the system, against the system, or otherwise have this in their way to prevent them from getting there and to provide complications for them to get what they want to achieve.
Very interesting.
Which, you know, works very differently for somebody who's from a lower social stratum than from the higher social stratum. And will come across in very different solutions.
Absolutely fascinating. I've heard secrets. I've heard, you know, there has to be something that somebody wants. I've heard personalities in there. I think one of the other big things about political intrigue is something we're going to touch on later, which is resources. Whether that resource is votes, whether it's, you know, we need more land for our people, so we're going to do a political thing. It's a surplus or it's a scarcity, and often it's a scarcity, I think, that can really set up political intrigue. Somebody wants something or somebody needs something. And I think that can go back to the secret as well. Like, why does somebody need something? Well, it may not be immediately obvious what exactly is going on here. But I often think that resources lie at the heart of political intrigue when you really dig down. I'm really curious to hear your thoughts on that. What do you think, Basheer?
It depends on how loose you're being with the term resources, I think, where like if you're willing to include, you know, people, political will, factionalism in a governing body, or like the ear of a monarch in a autarkic system, or someone in a similar position in a autocratic system, you can definitely go with like most political intrigue will go up to a resource conflict of some sort. You can get ones that are pretty much purely like personal disputes that are still between people who have some past feud, or who just don't like each other, or who have different ideas for how things should be navigated, or pushed that will kind of boil up into growing like political intrigue and fights between factions that otherwise seem to have most of the resources they need, if it weren't for this very personal fight between people. But for the most part, yeah, absolutely. Resource shortages, not having, especially resource shortages where abundance was previously a baked-in assumption of the political system, where like if you're going, oh, previously, like we would reward people by giving out land or by giving out goods from the treasury or whatever, and now like actually we're having, you know, a funding crisis and we can no longer pay people as they go into retirement, or like we've run out of land to give out to wealthy families in return for whatever it is they were doing for us, and so now we need to figure out what we're doing about that. Or like we've run out, like the average citizens are running out of food or wealth or the basics of life that they need, and so we have a crisis as people are becoming ever more like aware of, oh, we're getting screwed over and this isn't a livable situation. Those are all shortages that I think will feed pretty naturally into some sort of political intrigue as people decide try to find a way to solve the problem that benefits them personally.
Absolutely. And of course, sometimes you see the opposite where an artificial shortage is created so somebody can come in and be the hero. This happened a few times in ancient Rome, where somebody created a grain shortage so they could come in and be the hero for political reasons. So, you know, shortage can work both ways. Alina, what are your thoughts about this on,
I was just thinking that a surplus can be just as deadly, because I've been writing a lot of cyberpunk right now. And in there, just like in our world, there's a certain point at which when someone has enough money and power, it doesn't matter about how much more power they can get. They're still kind of, it boils more down to their personal needs and wants and petty desires. And so I think once you get up to that level of wealth in a system, a political system, it's less about what you want politically and more about screwing over that guy right there who you hate. And things get very petty and very personal, which from the outside, it might look like it's just politics as normal, but it becomes so much dumber when you get people who don't have the same limits put on them.
Fascinating. I love that. CL, any thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, it's actually it was kind of the principal thinking of when I started writing The Unbroken and the rest of the books, because I really was into exploring the way we deal with colonialism and fantasy. Like that's the big thing of our hero kings going off to find the magic, whatever, you know, they're not getting it from their own kingdom. And so when I started really kind of trying to analyze these books that I grew up with, that I adored, I was like, well, the thing is, the resource in our world is like, sure, it's land, it's gold, it's food, spices, whatever. But in fantasy, it's very often magic, some sort of magic power. And so that's how The Unbroken, that imperial country started. They went, we're going to find the magic in this country. And they stayed and they got comfortable. And around that comfort, they started, you know, getting used to the economy being a certain way. And like Basheer was saying, like there's a comfort in knowing we will always have these certain goods that we get from this colony. And so then after, sorry, this is just going to be spoilers, but the book's been out for a while. So after the rebellion ends and they're kicked out of that colony, in the second book, we actually are talking about, well, now what do we do with this economy? Because we are missing a lot of things that we got really comfortable with. And half of the politicians' thoughts are, you've ruined our wallets. And how are we going to now deal with all of these nobles who are not as rich as they used to be and are now looking for other ways to get that money or get that influence, especially as they've stopped putting resources in their own land. So there are shortages of food and stuff that start to happen because of that, because they were relying so heavily elsewhere. So it goes from a magical sort of resource hunt to an actual like you know, physical resources, as well as comfortable things like silks and whatever. But these kinds of reliances. And so I was really interested in blending the kind of fantasy and real world things that drive so much of imperialism today.
Fascinating, really interesting. So we're talking about politics. And when we're talking about politics, we're often talking about factions. Now, I was saying earlier about those who make mistakes are often those who are in the best position to share how to do things better. This is definitely something I have fallen down before when creating way too many factions for my readers, my poor readers, to even track what was going on. Alina, what are your thoughts? How many elements or factions are too many when we're telling stories, and why?
I mean, the go-to is always 2, so you have these guys versus these guys.
Right.
I like adding a third just to get things a little spicy. So you have, this person, and then a mediator in between who can kind of go either way to shift the balance. Going much beyond 3 can get a little much, especially if you've got sub-factions within those sort of 3 houses.
How do you like to handle sub-factions? What are your thoughts on that?
Depends. Usually I only pull out sub-factions if they're related to the players in some way. So if somebody wanted to be from a certain house within this one larger household structure, I'd be like, right. So within that house, now there's your family's structure, and then there's this other family who maybe is opposed to you, or you're betrothed to, or something personal, some link, and then have the rest sort of come in as the antagonists or the challenges, and potential allies.
So having 2 main factions and then having sort of sprout offs of those, or maybe 3 main factions, and then to bring in complexity, you can have, people who don't believe that, or people who, are allies of the other guys, and that's how you like to kind of bring everything together.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah. And sometimes break it a little bit down more, but I think in a campaign you got to keep things a little light.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's different when you're writing a book, but players, they play from week to week. They forget things, bless them. I mean, it's one of the reasons we made World Anvil.
If you're lucky, you have somebody at the table who takes notes.
Right, exactly.
It's not a guarantee.
No. It is not a guarantee.
Though when you're writing setting material rather than having to run the campaign, it's really easy and useful to add more sub-factions, because then you're not overloading the player, you're giving the DM more options of what are the few things they want to pick when they go in. And if a player does read through it, they're going to pick like 1 or 2 of those and go, these are the things I want my character involved in. So they're kind of making a choice for the DM of what to bring in. And so there, like, when you're designing for a setting book or something of that, where you don't have to execute on the narrative and bringing these together, putting in a bunch of sub-factions that ideally really dislike the people they're nominally on the same side of is very useful. One of the sayings that gets I don't remember the original source of it, but it is thrown around in my RPG groups a lot, is, your enemies are the other side is the opposition. The guy you're working with is your enemy. And that can
I
be
like that.
really
I like that
useful.
a lot.
Yeah.
That's why we have the lovers to enemies.
Yes,
or
exactly.
Enemies to lovers.
Yes.
Exactly. Where you're going, we both don't want us to get, don't want everyone here to starve or whatever. We both think we need to implement massive land reform, but you have mildly different opinions on it than I do. And therefore, while I'm trying to defeat the other guy, I am constantly thinking about whether or not it's worth my time to kill you. Despite that being a net negative to me in every way.
Yeah.
Alina, what were you saying there?
Oh, sorry.
I was just saying, it can even be as petty as, if you accomplish this, my house won't get the prestige.
Yeah, exactly. Where you're going, prestige is a limited resource. The public eye is a limited resource. And you're competing with that, with the guys, everyone else on your side, as much as you are everyone else on the other side. Possibly more so, because the prestige within your greater faction is never going to go to the opposition. You all don't want them to succeed by default, but it's going to be split viciously among all the sub-factions on your end.
I love that. CL, I can see you with thoughts there ready to jump in.
Well, I had a lot of thoughts. I really, that's one of my favorite things. I love people who hate each other on the same side. It is my favorite. But what I was actually thinking in terms of the question itself is, I kind of had to laugh to myself because when I was writing the second and third books, especially the third book in the trilogy, which isn't out yet, so I will dance around it for the most part. But if you've read the second book, you know that there are 5 other kind of nobles in the imperial country. And when I got to the third book and I was like, I need politics stuff to happen. And I was like, oh no, I don't have enough. But I had already set up 5 major houses. So I started having to add little sub houses that could be like attached to these other major houses because I needed more characters to do things and to like scupper politically the different characters, the different houses' ambitions. And I also found out that odd numbers is great, or some sort of uneven power, because if you need to have them vote, you can't have an even number. Because then when you're like trying to get them to go buy people's affection or you blackmail people's affection or whatever, you need some reason that eventually the numbers will either be uneven or like everyone flips the table over or something like that. So what I've decided is that 5 is the minimum probably for me. At least in this particular kind of situation where I'm doing like internecine court politics that are supposed to structure an entire country or empire. And that's for like a trilogy only. And if I were going to make an epic series, like, you know, we're talking Wheel of Time or something like that. Sorry, my phone thought I said Siri. Like talking Wheel of Time or something, we need like, I mean, you know, there are like 10 main characters and then the 20 countries and then the dark side and the light side, like all of those different factions, like, and that's a 15-book series. So I think the size that I work in will have to expand significantly if I want to write anything, if I want to write another trilogy or more than that. But in a short story, like just a few is fine. 2 or 3 characters even only is great.
I think that's a really astute observation. How many factions are too many? Well, how long is the thing you're telling? Is it a one shot? Is it a campaign? Is it a short story? Is it the Wheel of freaking Time? Right? Like, you got nothing but time in the Wheel of Time. There are so many books. There is so much space for political finagling and wrangling and you know, different factions, introducing different factions, having them change over time. And I think that's a really important question that we should ask, like, what is the media? What is the space we have to tell this story when we start digging into factions? And I think that brings me to my next question. CL, I'm going to start you off with this one since you've just been talking about the factions in your book. How similar or different should your factions be?
I mean, honestly, I think that depends a little bit on what you want to explore. So for me, all of these factions are, for example, on the Empire side. Like, they are all against the colony, for example. Okay. So in that way, they are completely the same. And we were able to look at them as a monolith in the first book. They are just, those nobles over there want to keep the colony. In the second book, we get a little bit more division. We get like, okay, some of these nobles over here are against the princess. And then in the third book, we get all of these nobles are out for themselves and what they want. And so that's when we finally get a little bit more of their granular details. But on the whole, they're still very much the same. They're very similar, rather. It's just a matter of who they think should be in charge might differ. And in my case, in the series, it's there's a philosophical difference, shall we say, about using magic and like religion in this world and whether that's appropriate or not. And that schism impacts how they want other political things to go. And for some people, that's based on historical things. For some people, it's based on future ambitions. But what they choose is it's really just a small philosophical difference, or in some cases, like we were talking about before, petty rivalries. Like, in other circumstances, I might agree with you, but You were a jerk to my grandfather, so we're not going to work together.
To
That
the
Right.
death.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
actually, I agree with you. Sadly, you are a terrible person, and therefore, I cannot agree with you. Interesting. Alina, what are your thoughts on this? How similar or different should your factions be? And if I can add a rider to this question, how can we show that to our audience?
Ooh, interesting. I think it depends on what your point is with the politics that you're trying to bring in. And I think that we can also have a lot of different layers of politics, even within a single faction, like we were saying before. I am working on a thing right now where it's based on the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, which I urge anyone to take a look at. It's the basis for the U.S. Constitution, but it's also just a really fascinating political system that held together and worked really well because of the way it was structured. And it wasn't structured in a Eurocentric way. It was structured in a familial way. So you have each house, there's 5 different nations, each of which breaks down into several families who are all within their longhouse. And all of the politics there are structured around this longhouse structure of families opposing each other across the fire, but also working together for the goods of the whole house together. And in that way, you could have a single longhouse have multiple factions within it, because each of the factions is a different family led by a matriarch. So you could, as the main character or as the player, belong to one of these family lineages, but have all of these different rivalries with people who are within the same faction as you, just at the very lowest sort of city level. And then you could be sent as a representative to go up to the further level, which is sort of the provincial level, which is where the gathering of the houses all come together.
Okay, so
in this way, these nations all intermarry, so that you could say that they're all very similar. They're all speaking the same language, but the differences are very subtle in terms of politics, factions, personalities, desires even. And in this way, they were also divided from east to west. So it could be just a simple of the river flows from east to west. The people upriver want to do a thing that might change the course of the river, which will affect everyone else. How is that going to play out? Is it beneficial for everyone? Is there something they can give them if it's not beneficial?
I love this so much, and I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be hitting you up later for that name so I can share it when we release this on VOD, because I want to learn everything there is to know about this. It reminds me just a little bit of what I know of the way ancient Greek politics used to work, where again there were certain families, and sometimes they would work together and sometimes they would not, and those were all the citizen families. So of course there were other people in ancient Greece, which was a very unequal place, particularly ancient Athens, who couldn't do stuff, but the people in the families could do things, and what they could do depended on which family they were in. And then sometimes, of course, those families would pull together, and sometimes they would be working separately, and different people in the families, as you were saying, would intermarry. It creates a fascinating political hotbed for telling stories at every single level, all the way up and all the way down. So yes, I'm going to be reading more about that later, and folks in the chat, I'll make sure that I'll be sharing that with you as well. Basheer, how similar or different should your factions be? Why?
So a lot of this, I think, like the previous one, it kind of depends on what's the scope of the story you're telling. If you're doing a RPG campaign, you don't have that much space for overly similar factions, because you've kind of got to this campaign has to get up and go, and you can't go into the nitty gritty on the differences there. You can kind of allude to it, but you can't really dwell on it too much. If you're doing short fiction, relatively short fiction or a novella, you probably have similar constraints where it's better to have fairly different factions because it's easier to distinguish them in the word count that you're dealing with. Whereas like if you have a lot of words, so like for Spire Sin, I was writing how does this colonial high elf government work? And it has a lot of factions that are all kind of similar in that they're all outreaching parts of the colonial high elf government, but they have very different opinions on stuff like magic and is the concept of death something we should keep around for the rich and stuff like that, where, my camera's falling off. There we go. Where and because of the amount of words I had for that and the nature of it as a source book where each DM only really needs to grab a couple of things from it, you can have like 3 variants. I think I have 3 variants on what are the local secret police like that are all focused on different things that the elves care about, where it's like these ones are basically like basically the elf Catholic Church that hate a lot of the other elves because they find a lot of the undeath stuff they're doing to be like unacceptable to them. And these ones are largely concerned with trying to make sure the city doesn't blow up in various forms of horrible illegal magic that also they want a monopoly over so they can use it at will. Or these ones are just straight up the political leg breakers, or like you have a bunch of factions that are theoretically fairly similar, but have different approaches in ways that are germane to a DM who's going to be grabbing this book and running something from it. Which of those you decide to focus on in your campaign will result in very different campaigns. You will have a very different game and a very with the Paladins of Brother Autumn versus the I can't remember what the dudes dealing with the forbidden magic were called. Whereas like for Guns Blazing, which is what I'm currently working on, that's based in large part on like intra-war politics and anti-colonial politics of the early 20th century, like 1920, 1925 or so. The factions all care about the same things, more or less. Like they all have opinions on colonialism, they all have opinions on economic and political organization, but they're all very different from each other. Because that's or in a given location, they're all very different from each other, because that is very much how these politics tended to shake out until a giant flashpoint happens, and like whoever's one faction will speciate a bunch into a bunch of fairly similar ones with very different opinions on things. With very different opinions on how the world works and how the nation should be organized in the aftermath of whatever currently is going down.
Okay, so go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I was just going to add one of the things that I was thinking about but didn't actually articulate is that it also depends very much on what, as an author, I'm looking to explore. Like in terms of, am I looking to like really explore these really tiny differences, or do I want to explore some big picture differences? I do actually have a novella coming out where the clans are divided into these factions, but they're actually all very, very similar to each other. And one of the questions I'm asking is, what is the difference? Is there a difference at all? To see like, why do we make these differences between us? And so it really depends also, especially if you've got the space to explore it in a story, what you are interested in exploring about people, because some of our differences are very arbitrary, and some of them are, like because of backstories, because of history of old wounds and new ones potentially. So yeah.
Yeah, fascinating. I'm always reminded of Game of Thrones when I think of factions, because it's something that looms very large in like the fantasy landscape especially. And I think Game of Thrones is very interesting because all of the factions are painted as being terribly different. They have different colors, they've got different mottos, they've got different everything. They all want the same thing. They might go about getting it in a slightly different way, but they are all climbing after the same pointy chair, right? And I think that is an approach that is very helpful for storytelling, where basically you've color-coded them for the reader, but because everybody wants the same thing, it's easy to bring them together in a narrative.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Alina.
I mean, I agree. I do think that when you're running it at a game and campaign level, regardless of how many factions are in the background world building, having them color-coded like that and easy for the players to grasp and remember can be super, super useful. So if it's like, oh yeah, I don't remember the name of that house, but they're the guys with the wolf banner. Yeah, know them. Yeah. We ran across them a couple, like 10 sessions ago, which was like half a year now. I barely remember it. So having some like really quick, easy reminders for the game, very, very useful.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like a strong banner, a motto, they're the Lion guys from Alabama, whatever it is,
Yeah.
Sorry about that. But yeah, I think these things can be very, very helpful when we're kind of trying to signal big stuff happening very quickly for our end user, whether that's a reader or a player or or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That actually brings me very nicely to my next question. Common mistakes storytellers make, any storytellers, when spinning at political intrigue. I feel like I've kicked us off with not color coding your factions so people can't tell them apart. Yeah, super curious to hear what other common mistakes maybe you've seen. No need to name names. We're just talking about meta and education. What are your thoughts? Ooh, whoever hadn't I called on first yet for a while. Basheer, what are your thoughts?
Let's see. What are common mistakes storytellers are making? I think so. There's a temptation, especially with like, when you're dealing with a political intrigue-based story, to go with like, oh, no one actually believes in the things they're saying, or no one believes in the things they're championing. They're all just here for power, and they don't care about whatever the underlying causes are. And I think that's just kind of, in most cases, that's just flatly incorrect about people. Even in cases where, even historically, in cases where where someone started off being fairly mercenary in their politics, the moment they start getting anywhere, they start getting true believers around them, and suddenly now either they believe it in truth or all the people around them believe it in truth. So whether or not they're a aloof, above it all manipulator no longer matters. They're now along for the ride, or else they're going to be sidelined. And you can see this like in actual politics occasionally, where a particularly mercenary political party or political faction is suddenly sidelined from within by the people they've encouraged within themselves by going like, oh, we're going to say we care about X and Y, but not really. And then 5 years later, oops, we've all been primaried by people who actually care, because the underlying issues are incredibly important to everyone involved in the politics. And if people don't believe it at the start, they will start believing it shortly, because that's the sort of people who are going to rise up pretty quickly within this organization. And I think the overly cynical take is one that I see a lot, especially in dark fantasy, I would recommend looking out for, where like it's currently accepted by audiences because it's kind of standard in a lot of ways.
A trope,
but it's like it's already seeing criticism. I would highly recommend against defaulting to it.
I love that, especially as characters need some stakes. Characters need something personal, and if they don't espouse the philosophy that they're supporting politically, publicly, there needs to be something that they care about, because otherwise, like, why do they do what they do? Why do we care about this person? So I think that's a wonderful point. What are your thoughts, CL, on common mistakes when spinning?
I was actually going to talk very specifically about stakes, because I think that is one of the things. Is it doesn't always have to be like earth-shattering, like the kingdom will fall because the dark side is taking over the world. Like, it doesn't have to be like that. It doesn't even have to be like international war. Even if people say that, but what it does have to be, it has to mean something to the character, something very, very important, like life-changing in some way or another to them. I don't want to say life or death, but it kind of has to be a little bit life or death to them, even if it's not literally life or death. Like, the first thing I can think of right now actually is the 5th season. It's not like that character, we'll say Esun, could really care less about the fate of the world, even though it is literally crumbling around her. But what she will do is go find her daughter. She will do everything and anything to find her daughter. And for some people, it's like the Hobbit. I really want to get home and have my tea. Like, and like whatever your character will move the earth for is what needs to be there. And that can be tea, it can be love, it can be the country, it could be like status, like whatever you're willing to do, things that make a story happen, that's what needs to happen. But it doesn't have to be like massively worlds. I just need to feel that we want something badly here.
Yeah, there has to be personal drama as well as big stakes drama. Yeah, absolutely. Alina, you are an expert in so many different fields. I cannot wait to hear what you have to say about this. Common mistakes of storytellers when spinning political intrigue.
I mean, I agree with CL here. Like, my main point was the biggest mistake I see with political intrigue is people adding it just because they're personally interested in it and it's not tied or linked to the characters if you're running a campaign. There really needs to be stakes that tie the main characters, whether it's in a book or in the campaign that you're running, to the politics and make it personal for them on a bunch of different levels. So when I'm outlining a book, what I like to do is go for the story points that I originally intended, go through my characters and figure out what complications I can cause from one to the other. So I'll actually go back and change my world building to make it harder for my main characters to accomplish the things that they want to do. And you can kind of do that mid-campaign too. If you sit down and go, okay, where's my campaign at right now? Put up some sticky notes of your factions, and then brainstorm what complications you can bring in to affect your players that are personal. So if it's, hey, this person kind of doesn't have any ties to this faction at all, but if it turns out that their mother, lover, someone important to them is in debt to this faction, now they care about it deeply. And whatever that faction is doing is going to affect that character directly.
I think tying love in is such a big thing, an NPC they care about. What are some of the other ways that you've brought personal stakes? Because I think that's so important.
There's a whole bunch of different ways. Like what do people respond to emotionally? Fear, love, anger is a good one. Somebody slighted you. Now you want to get back at them. Now it's personal. That gives that character so much motivation and so much drive to do anything, not just to hide from the politics, because they know if they're wading into politics, it's going to get messy. They're going to be going up against people with more power and more control than them, people who could have negative impacts like sending them to jail, exiling them. So they need a big, powerful drive to go against that.
I absolutely love that. Okay, folks, we have time for one more question, and it's a big one. Of course it's going to be a big one. We're talking about political power, folks. Often stories about political power are allegories of the real world, and we've spoken a lot about that already today. How can we handle these as storytellers pertinently and sensitively? It is a big topic. Alina, can you kick this one off for me?
The number of games I've played in where the DM has come in and gone, okay, safety checks, first off, how do you feel about colonization? It makes me laugh every single time. Because I'm like, well, I mean, obviously I have a lot of strong opinions about it. How are you going to handle it? Let's talk about that. I often find that, if anything, I am the one bringing that to the table because it's something that I'm really interested in engaging with and picking apart. And a lot of time my DMs, especially if they are non-native, are very, very scared to get it wrong. So they may ask actually for me not to bring that to the table because it is something a little fraught if you're not super well educated in all of the downstream effects of colonization on colonial people and on the colonizers themselves. So it's a big subject to tackle at the table. Not everyone's going to want to bring that into their games. That's totally fine. It's not appropriate in a lot of games. If you're going to run a goofier, fun, levity sort of game, maybe don't approach that. But I definitely think there is something in TTRPGs especially that lets you put yourself into a role very deeply while not having it affect you personally necessarily. Obviously, you still want to do your post-game aftercare, all that good stuff. But it can help you work through things that your brain's stuck on. So bringing it to the table in a group that you really love and trust and can work with really well can be really beneficial. But definitely a difficult thing to tackle.
Handle with care. CL, what are your thoughts on this one?
I think with fantasy storytelling in terms of like novels and space especially, actually, people are going to do it no matter what because it is so baked into the genre. whether we're chasing the magic object or going into space to be on this planet or that planet. Like, it's like the next frontier. What is the frontier? The frontier is the next thing we are colonizing. It always has been. That's been the whole point of it. And whether it's on land or in space. And so I think it's going to happen either way. And you need to, if you're not aware of it, get aware. However you need to do that, preferably with actual research of actual books. I mean, I knew about colonialism, and I still read so much before I as I was writing the Unbroken series, and I know that there are still ways where, you know, I'm not writing perfectly about this. I'm writing because I am someone who is living a colonial world on both sides. Like, I am an American, right? And so that's another thing, is you have to think about your own subject position and what privileges you have, and even if you are a part of a marginalized community, just really be honest about who you are, where you are, what you don't know, what you do know, and even questioning what you do know. And like, it's so complicated. Like, you're not gonna get it perfect, probably ever. Like, scholars have been writing about this for decades, and still, like, that will occasionally retract things or have to apologize and go a different direction in their own research. But I would say read the old guard who have been studying this, like, read Palestinian authors like Edward Said, read James Baldwin, people who have actually, like, read Frantz Fanon, like people who have been grappling with this in their own work, people who are grappling with it now. Like, it's so fraught. Even though those are not like fantasy texts, they are still really good ways to start your grounding in the world. Just to, like, open your eyes in a new way, and going from those books and back to fantasy or back to sci-fi, and if you're actually opening your eyes, you will see everything completely differently. And not all of that has to be included in your work, like, explicitly, like, and this nation was bad because they were it doesn't need to be like that, but, like, to start writing with the awareness of the weight of these things, which is, like, another thing I've seen happen is, like, people saying, well, maybe because I have these characters of color and these white characters or these other characters who are a different color, now I have to talk about colonialism, so let me just add that subplot in. This is not a subplot thing. Like, it doesn't need to be the main thing, but if you're going to approach it, you need to consider all the ways it's going to impact the society. It's a world building thing. Colonialism is world building. That's how we built today's world. If it's a thing that happens in your world that you're writing or building, it's in every part of the fabric. You can't just cherry on top. That's not how it works.
It's systemic. It's all of it. It's not just like one little tiny bit over here. No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Basheer, what are your thoughts? How can we handle political power allegories in our own fictions?
Be very aware of what it is you are trying to communicate. I think one of the places that people run into issues here a lot is that they start going into something where they haven't really considered what it is they're trying to communicate or what the actual topic is they're talking about. I think, like, all the advice given by the other two panelists has been excellent here. Reading Edward Said and reading the, like, people who've done this research before is a great way to do this properly. But it's difficult to do things properly if you're not aware of what it is you're doing. Try to be aware of the things where you are analogizing to actual events. You're not obligated to analogize to actual events or to specific actual events, and try to, like, be conscious about the choices you are making rather than doing things simply because they are of the genre. Because I think that is where, like, a lot of things that are of the genre aren't great. Without getting into specifics there. And if you're just aping those things because that's what's done, you're going to recreate bad decisions over and over again. And so I think that is kind of the first step alongside whatever else it is that you're doing. Be aware of what it is you're trying to do your research, approach it And don't get so attached to an idea that you're not willing to change it if someone brings up an issue. You don't need to like blindly react to every issue that someone brings up, but you do want to have like a clear enough head to see, okay, what is it that's happened here? Is this something that I need to change, or is this something that I don't want read into my work? And if so, how do I change it?
Yeah, a lot of things to think of there. And folks, may I just say, you all got homework. What a reading list we have been presented with today. And I am absolutely thrilled. We'll be doing some work to compile all of those references into a blog post over on blog.worldanvil.com. So you can go and check that all out probably in a few days. We'll need a little rest after Worldbuilding Con, I imagine. Can I just thank all of my phenomenal panelists here? You have been wonderful, an absolute dream. Thank you all for joining us today on the Worldbuilding Con stage. It has been a total pleasure. Big love. I think I should tell you what's coming up next, because folks, we have 15 minutes until our next panel. We're talking resources and trade. If you thought politics is a big one, yeah, we're in for another big one. This with Mark Truman, Andy Law, and Brian McClellan, another crop of phenomenal guests. So go grab a drink, and folks, be right back for another wonderful world building panel. I'll see you in 15. Bye, everybody. And folks, the fun continues with Worldbuilding Con. Our keynote with R.A. Salvatore was epically followed by a horror panel and then a political power panel. And of course, we continue to bring you the epic world building topics from the epic world builders themselves. And speaking of epic world builders, let me welcome three of my favorite. Andy Law is an award-winning tabletop games designer and cartographer and an excitable teller of tales. He's best known for the Warhammer Fantasy roleplay game, which he has helped design, write, illustrate, map, and produce for longer than he prefers to remember. And he has worked for literally everyone. And now he is the CEO of Rookery Publications. Thanks for reading us, by the way, where he streams weekly, offering an insider's view on gaming, writing, world building, as well as producing some very fine games. Andy, welcome back to the Worldbuilding Con stage.
It's always an absolute joy to be with you.
We had you here last year. We couldn't wait but have you back. Of course we did. And of course, I want to say another familiar face, but maybe just another face from the World Amber Worldbuilding podcast is the amazing Brian McClellan, an American epic fantasy author from Cleveland. He's known for his acclaimed Powder Mage universe and his essays on the life and business of being a writer. And you should check out his podcast, Page Break, where he discusses life with authors and interesting folks. I've heard. I was on it. It was fun. Hey, Brian, how are you doing?
Hello.
Hey, we see you, we hear you, and may I say, I very much love your little epithet that you've given yourself there. Writer band extraordinaire could not be more true. Did I hear tales that God Glass 2 was finished? Is that the thing that I heard?
Yeah, I turned it in 3 days ago.
Congratulations. Folks, go check out Brian McClellan's writing. Not only did he write the very fine Powder Mage series, of which I am a fan, God Glass is his new series. You must go check it out. And speaking of awesomeness incarnate, who do we have next? It's Mark Diaz Truman. He designs RPGs by day and community organizers by night. He's the co-founder of Magpie Games, which produces amazing role-playing games like the Emmy award-winning Urban Shadows and the revolutionary Bluebird's Bride. And I'm particularly excited because he also designed Cartel. And we're talking about resources and trade. And I was like, but we must have Mark. Mark must come. Mark, how are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you for having me.
Oh, it is an absolute pleasure. Folks, we have so much to talk about. I'm going straight in. I'm going straight in with the questions. Does money make the world go round? Why are resources important for world building? Oh, I'm gonna kick off with Andy here. Andy, what are your thoughts?
All right, so I'm probably the only one here who is going to be coming from a cartographical background amongst everything else. So I will, to a degree, take that angle just so that I won't be hopefully stamping over everybody else's ideas and just saying everything that they will probably say as well. So I'll take it from a slightly more world-building angle in terms of actually building the world and how the resources that your world has to offer and the various civilizations, cities and towns and trade routes that build around them will significantly impact not just the world building, but where everything is. At its most basic front, wherever your resources are, world are, wherever they hide is going to be the first places where up pops the various little first settlements that your world is going to need. So, for example, basic stuff like fish. Everyone wants some fish. Pop. We're popping up our first settlements beside the coastlines, up by the rivers. Water is also your primary way of conveying anything that has any weight. So you'll find that the coastlines are going to be carrying our first primary trade routes, our small little roads coming out from these primary resources as they are moving elsewhere, as we slowly work towards our really bigger trade routes, where the resources that one part of the world has that the other part of the world doesn't have start being asked for. Trade will slowly connect all of these different points of resources. Resource 1 here, resource 2 there. They want each other's resource. Our first roads are beginning to form. Our first trade routes will form. Our first cities along those coastlines. And those trade routes, in turn, will inflate all of the various cities that go along that particular route. So your primary cities, as they consume these resources and produce these resources, will grow bigger. So you'll often find that the key locations where key resources are produced and consumed get bigger. The key cities along those roads get bigger. The key cities that hold particular passes along primary trade routes also grow bigger, because ultimately, not only does our trade route give us the primary routes towards our cities, it also gives us our primary route towards our first wars. As individuals start looking at each other going, hey, you've got iron. I don't. And that means we start getting our first political factions building. And you'll find that your world building, through just thinking about where resources are, where our rivers and our various water places that we're going to be hopefully shipping our resources along are, well, your world building will follow almost by itself as you start dotting everything about on your map. So a lot of people, when they make their first maps, to quickly finish on this one, tend to just kind of randomly drop things around or make the blob map that sits in the middle of their screen or their piece of paper that sits in front of them. And they go, yes, I'm winning. And they've dropped their first mountains on, they draw their first bits. But it's once you start considering the resources, where they are, and the settlements that will immediately start popping up around those, and how they will begin to connect, that you actually start getting through to the real world building. And as much as I love saying this, it kind of starts happening by itself. You don't need to be big and clever to work it out, because people are relatively simple creatures. It's all about the power over the resources and the connecting to these resources that people want. And ultimately, can I convey this heavy stuff from A to B? And if the answer is yes, that gives you your routes that you start to build. So I think that gives us a nice start.
I love that. Kicking off with where are the resources? That's where people go. Brian, how about your thoughts? Why are resources important for your world building?
So when I'm talking to people about writing epic fantasy, I oftentimes you have, every author has a different amount of interest in the fiddly bits of writing, creating, all that stuff. I personally kind of bounce back and forth. Sometimes I'm interested in the fiddly bits. Other times that's really boring. I've got a story to tell. And honestly, I like to tell people that your economy, things like your economy, they don't have to work. You don't have to stress test this stuff, but it has to feel to the audience like it does work. And so, yeah, resources are important in that you have to have it vaguely seem like it's real world. You have to have the reader, even if you're writing, a character-driven novel, stuff where these fiddly bits really don't matter that much to the story, you want the reader to kind of get the idea that they do matter. And it's a weird little kind of tightrope to walk, making it seem like it works perfectly, even when it really doesn't. Like anybody who has read, watched, experienced these big stories, especially the really, really famous ones like Game of Thrones and stuff like that, when you have tens of millions of people like looking at these things like really closely, of course they're going to fall apart. That's just the nature of having one guy make a thing. You don't have a team that's making it all look really proper, unless you're Brandon Sanderson, then he has a huge team doing that kind of thing. But for most of us, it's a small team or one person just making a thing and making it try to work. So I try to tell people, like with any kind of world building stuff, I always say, look, put enough work in that this feels good to the reader, that it feels like they're in a real world. And really, once you've put that much work in, the rest of it is kind of a bit of set dressing. It's your own personal preference, all of that stuff. But that being said, the series that I'm working right now, Glass Immortals, like the main magic system is a huge part of the economy. It is like oil is to us. It's magic that is made and distributed and traded, and that's a huge deal. And so with something like that, I have to put more work in than I would have, say, in Powder Mage, where that's not really a thing at all. So really, it depends entirely on your world, and it depends on you as an author and what you're looking for to create.
I love that. It's so dependent on the medium that we're telling stories in and the stories we're trying to tell. What's important for the story, what's important for the world. Mark, I would love to hear your thoughts on the importance of resources for world building.
Well, I think both Andy and Brian have pointed to different types of fiction, I think, that are kind of coming from this. And cartography is really interesting in that it's trying to document a real place, right? So it doesn't even so much tell a story as try to take a snapshot of a place. And Brian's talking about characters, right, who have their own motivations, their own interests. And I think a lot about the difference between, and this isn't a hard line by any means, but the difference between sort of psychological fiction and what might be called sociological fiction. So, in the former, we get something actually a lot like Breaking Bad. We're talking about cartel, where you've got a background of sociology, a background of the drug war and things, but those things aren't at stake, right? The psychology of the characters is framed by this overall world, like Brian's saying. And as long as that is kind of compelling, like we believe, for example, that Walter White is sick and doesn't have health care, and the details of that are sort of fuzzy. Like, why doesn't he work for the state? Like, wouldn't he have health care? But like, this is an experimental treatment. Like, we're there. It's fine. He doesn't have health care. And there's a drug war, right? And those things are true. And what we really care about is how far will this character go, as opposed to Game of Thrones, where a lot of the characters' motivations aren't coming from their psychology. They're coming from their position within their society. And oftentimes what I think is people feel betrayed in a series like Game of Thrones when maybe say there's, I don't know, 6, 7 seasons of a TV show that end up with a bunch of psychological drama that really were set up as sociological conflicts, right? And when characters start making choices that maybe feel authentic to the character, but not to their position or to their role, is when I think that you have this sort of train wreck, right? Where things stop being believable to me because either the psychology is consumed by the world and it's like, well, but why would this character do that? Or the psychology explodes outside the world and you're like, but that person would never do that because of their obligations and debts and relationships. And I think you really have to sort of pick, what kind of story are you telling? Are you telling a story where the characters are locked into this sort of society that they're part of and they can't escape it and they have to make the compromises within it? Or are you talking about a story in which the character psychologies are going to be explored and change and grow, right? And I think we've made games that do both. And unlike Brian, I have to make sure that I can tell an infinite number of stories in this box that I'm building. So we often joke that when we do a licensed product, like we make the Avatar: The Last Airbender RPG, we've got Aang and his one story that kind of goes through the world, and then I have to figure out how to tell 20 of those, 50 of those, 100 of those, which means we've got to broaden it, right? And finding out, are you broadening it so that there can be lots of the same kind of story as Aang, like lots of people who go and have adventures in the world, or are we broadening it by like making the world of Avatar more realistic and people being motivated by things like money and trade? I mean, no, that's not what we're going to do, right? Like, that's not what Avatar is about. But when I look at something like Urban Shadows, right, like one of the core points of Urban Shadows is that it's urban fantasy, you're in these big cities, and there's an open question of like, why would anybody care about money when a wizard can just make a briefcase of money in a heartbeat, right? So one answer could be, well, that won't last. Any magic you do will eventually fall apart, right? And Urban Shadows says, well, that's probably not realistic because it's supposed to be a big open world with lots of different kinds of magic. So I can't make the move that all magic will fall apart over time. So instead, we end up in this position where we say, well, maybe money doesn't matter to these people anymore, but what they actually have is some way of transacting debts between each other, so that a debt that a wizard owes you is way more important than a briefcase of $500,000, because that debt could be anything you would need from that wizard, right? And so the actual fiction of the game is driven by the sense of resources that, in a weird way, Urban Shadows is like a post-scarcity economy. There's no shortage of stuff, but that doesn't mean we don't have politics and institutions and power and control. And it really puts the focus on those institutions and factions. as opposed to cartel, which says the drug war is over there, or I mean, the people who control the drug war are over there. We live in this box created by the drug war, and all that matters is the choices that your characters make within that very tight box.
That is so interesting. 3 very different approaches to resources as a way to integrate them into stories, as a way to integrate them into world. Very excited about the different ideas coming out of this panel. Let's talk about world setting and history. How can resources shape what has happened until now in our world? Like how the world has unfolded? I feel like Andy touched a little bit on this about the formative power of resources. Brian, what are your thoughts on this one?
So I mentioned Glass Immortals, which is the series I'm working on right now. So the whole kind of setting of that is that magic is created via these little glass baubles. There's a special kind of sand that is mined. There's this whole economy around it. The sand is mined and it's turned into these glass baubles that have different magical properties. You wear them and they basically enhance you as a person. And this basically runs the economy in this world. World trade, the first empire that really solidified the production of God glass is the most powerful empire in the world, but this is kind of spreads all around the globe. It's very 1800s-ish. So you got an age of sail thing going on. Really, like a lot of what I do for the setting is talking about how this material kind of has shaped the way empires form and the way everybody interacts in the world. And so the whole thing is that the beginning of book 1, we find out that they're pretty much running out of the sand. And this causes a huge conflict that everybody suddenly realizes, oh, wait a second. We've got this thing called cure glass that means that if you live in a pretty wealthy area, you're not ever going to have to worry about disease or injuries. Suddenly that's not a thing anymore. And everybody's like, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to give birth to my next child without milk glass that makes me not feel pain. That's going to change everything. And so you have it on a very personal level, but you also have it on like an empire shaping level. And that's the kind of thing that you like to, especially with epic fantasy, which is kind of defined by the word epic. You kind of need to consider all the angles of how a society is going to react to a glut or a shortage of resources. And honestly, you look at our own real world and you see how conflict is driven by resource. We'll see how that works with fresh water over the next 50 years for our own lives. But that's the kind of thing you kind of have to think about and play with. And like I was saying before, you don't want to spend all your time on that. You're writing a big book with lots of points of views. There's lots going on. You need to engage with more than just your own world building. You have to have the characters doing lots of stuff. And so it's again, it's kind of a bit of a tightrope that you walk in terms of sprinkling this really cool stuff into the world to make it feel real and vibrant and make it feel like it does have a history. Because that's often an issue where you write a book and it feels like nothing mattered before what you're writing now. And that can really lose readers easily. You really want something that feels like there were thousands of years of civilization before this, and there's probably going to be thousands of years of civilization after this. And we're looking at a snapshot, and you zooming in on these characters, and this feels real and vibrant. And I don't know, that is super important.
Fantastic. And I totally agree. I think using a resource and using the proliferation of a resource to to show without telling. You know, there's all this history. It's terribly important. Everything hangs around this, and clearly it has proliferated through generations. I think that's a really, really interesting way of approaching it. Mark, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question around how much world setting and history do you need, and where do these conflicts come from, and how deep do you want them to go? And again, I think one of the biggest differences between designing games and writing books, which is again why so many game designers who decide to write novels are struggle, I think, as novelists, is our brains get built as game designers around creating arenas of conflict, not individual conflicts, not one story with one conflict, but one whole big arena of conflict. And when I think about this, what you made me think about, Brian, is actually in Dragon Age. The conflict between the Templars and the Mages, which is interesting in that you might not see it as a resource conflict, but it 100% is about resources. So when we introduce these characters, usually it's in Dragon Age 1, it was either you were playing a mage or you were playing somebody who was not a mage and you came to the Mage Tower. What you're introduced to is that the Templars are like the security forces of the mages. But that's not really the whole story. The story is they're actually like the jailers of the mages, because any mage at any time, despite their power, could basically sell their soul to a demon and become a monster. And so the Templars are sitting there waiting for these mages to become monsters. And it's really easy to go into that and be like, okay, yeah, we have this one conflict with this one mage. But like what they really did was set up a whole bunch of different stories. What happens when a mage falls in love with a Templar? What happens when a Templar has to kill a mage they think is innocent? What happens when a mage makes that deal and hides it, right? Like all of those other little conflicts, the archetypal conflicts, are built into the fact that these mages are a resource. Their power, which is not money or ore or gold, it's magic, has these dangers that come with it, and those dangers have to be managed by that society. And so later we meet the Qunari, who are a completely different culture, and their attitude is like, well, yeah, if we have a mage, you just rip their tongue out and like make them slaves, because like they're way too fucking dangerous, so we're just not gonna do that, right? And like that, you're horrified, but you're also like, wait, but is it really better that the Templars keep them under lock and key? And so as the series has gone on, that conflict has matured and grown, but in my opinion, it's never settled the way it would in a book. It's never been about the one Luke Skywalker mage who changes everything. It instead stays at the level of the institutions. And the one thing I would say is really different about my perspective often is that I think thinking about resources is really useful, but most scarcities are not actually the result of scarcities of a resource. They're the result of the institutions around those resources. So, you know, the joke here is kind of like, why did the Irish potato famine happen? You know, they're surrounded by fish. It's like, well, actually the British caused the Irish potato famine. So like, that's actually a thing that happened. You can read about it. You can read about the institutions that had a role to play in that. And you can ask yourself, am I presenting institutions in my world that have both internal conflicts like this Mage and Templar thing, but also act to reinforce power, which is what a lot of institutions actually do. And those resources then become tools or sometimes even weapons that can be used against the other institutions and other peoples that exist in that setting.
Yeah, absolutely. Andy, I see you nodding along. What are your thoughts on this one?
My thoughts were actually going along a very similar line, you thief of ideas, you. Particularly because also I'm doing an awful lot of game design on my side, where it is often about trying to create worlds that include large, overarching conflicts that can be taken by individual players, GMs, or whatever it is, according to the setting at hand, to create their own personal conflicts within it. So unlike, say, for example, storytelling directly, where you are hand feeding an individual case-by-case conflict, you're instead saying these are all the things that could happen, and you're attempting to inspire somebody else to create their own conflicts. Anyway, moving down onto resources specifically, they can not just directly shape the world setting and history, they can be largely responsible for exactly how it pans out. Just to give some loose examples and then some specifics. Say, for example, you've got yourself a nice base resource, like, say, gold in Demdar Mountains. That can very quickly turn into local cultures that perhaps even have a certain religious let's say, bent towards said gold. It can be the formation of a religion in that particular area. And as trade for the scarce resource, the gold that they have and others don't, then spread out from those areas, it's not just the gold that moves with it, it's the ideas. ideas move along trade routes. Ideas move with resource. And our primary trade routes are also going to be our primary importers and exporters of ideas. Now, ideas may not be an automatic, is that a resource in my game? It absolutely is. And I think that speaks directly to, for example, the conflict between our Templars and our Mages in Dragon Age. The various ideas that have been exported from, say, the different empires there, the Tevinter Empire, and how their ideas work down through the Dragon Age setting there. And I think that thinking of your initial resources, how it creates the cultures, how those cultures then spread, the conflicts that arise out of those cultures, and then the primary cultures that begin to become dominant and have a route, for example, to get through the ocean to somewhere that's weaker. And then you suddenly have opium wars. As you look towards core resources that others are attempting to secure because of the benefits that they bring to their particular culture, and they move into another culture that don't necessarily have the resources or the ability to either A, stop them or want to stop them because of the great trade that is then opened up as they begin to exchange and get rich out of the resources that they have available that are being exported elsewhere down trade routes that might be not naturally obvious because they're, say, for example, an ocean trade route, but a trade route that can be dominated by a primary civilization that holds that. So, loosely speaking, can it shape your game world? Absolutely. Think about where the resources are and the cultures that work around these resources. And as I say, right, with my first answer, the world building sort of just follows on. You can almost just go hike it back to the beginning. I've got resource X, Y, and Z, and then just build the story of those three resources if they're the core point of the world that you're building, because the conflicts over those will start to build cities, will start to build trade routes, will start to build your core conflicts, the ideas and religions that spread out from them as they then butt against each other, and the wars that inevitably follow. So loosely, yes.
Andy, it's like you're reading my notes. Honest, like I've got the Opium War, the Silk Road. I would like to flag when we're talking about moving items, moving resources, and ideas. It's not just ideas in a general sense. It's technologies. It's religions. It's also diseases. It's also pollution. It's also like there's so many side effects of resources that can become a front for conflict or can create an environment in which there is conflict. What happened with the Silk Road? The Black Death. What happened with the Black Death? Complete lack of population. What happened with complete lack of population? Power to the working people because there weren't very many of them anymore. Bonanza, we have a story. That all comes from the Silk Road and that all comes from trade. It's a lever you can pull. It's stuff that you can play with as you're mapping out your world. And all you need to say, what if this and this and this? And suddenly you have a beautiful backdrop with lots of complications that is a wonderful setting for a story. You don't have to go that far back. But there's so much that comes. Resources have a lot of baggage, is I think what I'm saying here. Like there's a lot of fun stuff that you can play with, and some of that can be accidental, like the Black Death, and some of that can be more intentional. So there's again a lot of spaces that can be read into. What lengths will people go to obtain a resource, and how can this bring conflict to your setting? We've talked about the Opium War, but I want to talk to Mark. Mark, what are your thoughts on this one? What lengths will we go to?
I think that a lot of talking about resources can there's a danger here in defaulting to like gun germs and steel kind of thinking about resources, and I think Jared Diamond is not particularly well respected within the archaeological and sociological communities because his work is kind of sloppy, and it kind of starts with this idea of like technology drives everything and wars are inevitable between people and that's just how things work. And so now I'm going to look through that lens and show you how I'm going to cherry pick some things, right? So certainly that happens, like definitely happens. And one of the things when I work a lot with indigenous communities here in New Mexico, one of the things that's often kind of funny about how we see indigenous people is we see them as like so spiritual and authentic and peaceful, and it's like actually they had just as many conflicts as any other humans within their spaces, right? But those conflicts might have looked different, they might have had different characters, they might have had different rules. And so I think that ultimately this is a question about culture, not necessarily about people, right? People do all sorts of different things, but the cultures that they have really drive a lot of how they see conflict. And so to some respect, I think that the joy of trying to work resources into your setting is to ask, well, what culture would grow up not because of that resource? I think that can be a little dangerous. You're like, well, because they have magic, they all think this way, right? But what is the culture that arises because people make culture? So again, to look at Dragon Age, we have, you know, some human allegories where Ferelden's kind of British and Orlais is kind of French and Tevinter's kind of Roman, which would make it, I guess, Italian kind of. But the real idea there is that like those peoples don't all think the same about conflict, about what's necessary, about how things work. And so from a game designer perspective, again, you know, I some days I envy Brian with you just got to find a really great conflict, right? What's great about Orlais, for example, is that like France has many times, it has a lot of legitimacy issues. Who is the legitimate leader? How does legitimacy get established? And legitimacy kind of lies adjacent to resources. Resources might be a cause of legitimacy, but it's very unlikely that somebody's going to be like, because we have gold, we think about all gold as being what makes something legitimate. That's a really thin view of culture. And so I think that like there's a alchemical thing here, right? That our goal as creators is to introduce sort of a set of logical institutions. Like if there's gold, then there must be some institution that's getting the gold out of the mountain and into the economy. But then to allow there to be some weirdness, right? For example, Baltimore was one of the last places in the United States to get rid of slavery because it was in the North, which means the Emancipation Proclamation didn't cover it, but it wasn't particularly eager to get rid of slavery. And so it maintained slavery longer than many of the Southern states, which is like a weird kind of one-off that's exactly where you can have a lot of really cool conflict, right? Around the people who live there in this weird overlap between history and the current moment. And so I think I would kind of challenge writers to say, you know, number one, yeah, there's a logic to all these things that are happening in your world, and they have to make sense and be believable. They need to seem, I don't know, Brian, if you would say authentic, they need to seem true to what's happening in the world. But your goal as a writer and a creator is to create that chaos that actually deepens that authenticity and says, there's something going on here that is out of sorts or out of character, or that is cutting across, and most of the Dragon Age games do this, cutting across the current cultural conflicts and casting them in a new light and creating areas of opportunity. And it just kind of reminds me of the you know, what is the quote? Sometimes weeks feel like decades and decades feel like weeks, right? Like sometimes time moves very slow, and then all of a sudden everything happens all at once. And when we have a setting like Cartel, where you're in the middle of the drug war, you know, my supposition is that most of the time when the camera is not on your character, everything's going as normal. But when the camera is on your character, it's like the worst day of your character's life. Like this is the day that's worthy of telling a story about, right? And when we're playing D&D, I don't think that's probably as true. But I think that there's something here for you as a creative where your world building should never have a kind of ruthless logic to it. It has to be a combination of the logic of resources and trade and societies and the illogic of people and their cultural, religious, passionate, psychological needs. And that intersection is where there's a lot of really great stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Andy, I see you nodding vigorously. What are your thoughts on the subject? Oh, we have lost your audio there, Andy.
It's okay, I'm back.
There
That was
go.
me. I was on mute, so I didn't make any nasty noises in the background. Yes, you did it again. You covered much of what I was going to say. You rock. So loosely, I'm going to go in a different direction again then, so that I give a slightly different answer. To what lengths will people go to obtain their important resources? Right. So for the first definition is what's important, and that will be very different for different peoples and different cultures. At our basic level, shelter, food, basic stuff to cover ourselves so we don't die. And that may sound like the most basic of beginnings, but it is from here that we build from. Here's our foundation points. Because if you don't have enough of that, conflict is already beginning as you look elsewhere to try and find that. And if somebody else has it and they're not willing to share, conflict has begun. And then we just build up from there. taking it step by step as we add our, and I think very good points here concerning institutions, whether our religions, our various groups, our companies, what are their, each of their individual motivations. And once those motivations are in place, say, for example, get as much money as possible, suddenly all potential resources that are within their range become important and they can be turned into some cash. So they will start making outreach to try and take it and pull it in, while others attempt to defend against this. Conflict between business, conflict between countries, conflict between basically everyone, right down to the fundamental level of, can I put some clothes on my back, of conflict? And that is, you have something that I want, and can I help you have it, please? And if they say no, the conflict has begun. And understanding what the resources are within your setting and what the cultural impact of those resources are for the individual communities, the individual institutions, will not just drive conflict and stories, it can basically drive the engine of your world as all the peoples rise and fall, some of them acting more peacefully than others, some of them acting more aggressively than others, according to their individual mores, exactly how they themselves express. And you'll find that they will also change over time. And if you're building a quick sketch out of your world and the different conflicts that it has, you'll find those that are oppressed will begin to change their views, as the fact that they're being oppressed makes them realize that the values they hold are either A, too difficult to hold on to, and thus they start rebelling in a variety of ways that many would deem to be unacceptable, or alternatively, their core beliefs are what define them, and thus they don't change, and they aggressively don't change, which can be just as much of a source of conflict as the alternative. And it also allows you to re-examine the core institutions or cultures you have and look at the internal conflicts that they have within themselves. As was suggested already, people are not one big homogenous mass. I come from group A, that means I think like this. No, there's constantly an internal churn of different opinions as to how different conflicts should be resolved. Some who favor peace, some who favor direct action, some who favor being exceedingly, let's say, grim and just taking what they want. Others who are like, no, let's just do it gently and carefully. And all of that at its heart is driven by the resources that they themselves are attempting to take hold of. If they live in a nice little corner of the world with no one around them, those resources at subsistence level don't bring the conflict. But of course, it's when all the groups move together, all the different cultures, the different institutions, the different thought processes, many of which may be very different to each other, that they start looking at things and going, well, I'm in the right here, I will take. Case in point, British Empire. Take a look at that and then apply that to the world. And it all...
It's been an awkward day for the British Empire. We've just been discussing colonization, and now we're discussing
Not
the
surprised.
East India Company. What am I going to say? World building, how to do it wrong, the British Empire. Speaking of characters and how far they will go, Brian, I'm super curious to hear this from a writer's perspective. How far is it realistic for a character to go or a people to go to obtain a resource? And what does that tell us about the character?
Oh, man. I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can look at that. I think a lot of it kind of comes down, like from a character building perspective, it comes down to need. Les Mis is a very different book if Jean Valjean starts off by stabbing somebody to take their money to get a prostitute. Like, rather than stealing a loaf of bread to feed his family, like that's a very different character suddenly, and in a very short action. That action can take a paragraph, and suddenly you've set up an incredibly different character for the rest of the book. And so need is a huge proponent of that, is a huge part of that. If the important resource is food, then we as like human beings, as readers, we're a lot more forgiving about crimes that are done for survival rather than crimes that are done for luxuries or to dominate others, things like that. And so, yeah, you're totally heading in a different direction depending on whatever is driving the character to obtain that resource. And honestly, that can that can kind of apply even on the macro with the bigger things. If you've got a country that desperately needs one resource to survive in a world of very harsh, fighting amongst bigger countries, then we're a little more forgiving of that country having, draconian laws about, pigeon poop, for instance, is a thing that was declared part of, value to the crown because it's used to make black powder. And that's how you wage war. And so you've got a lot of perspective that you can bring to the need of the character or the group that is going after that resource. And kind of the bigger you get and the less survival oriented you get, the kind of the less sympathy you're going to have from the audience. But also that drives great conflict for a writer, and it drives real world conflict. I mean, the fact is that, we live in a world where we have large countries full of very smart people trying to figure out how to get to a resource first. And that drives a lot of the conflict. I was kind of thinking about the way that we have this sort of vague thing of online data being a resource now, and it's super important, but like the average person kind of scratches their head and says, okay, yeah, I guess I can see why it's important, but it's, unless you have a large entity dealing with that, it's not that important. And it's kind of a weird perspective to take as an individual and to try to work into your writing, because you get kind of these you get kind of resources. I loved what you guys were talking about earlier as like ideas as a resource, religion and technology and stuff like that, because that gets kind of weird in terms of how it spreads and how people either reject it or take it on, or maybe even like see it religiously when another culture doesn't see it religiously. And suddenly, you've suddenly got all of the, all you have need is changing, especially when it gets into these ideas like religion, where, you don't need this thing to survive, but you need this thing for your spiritual survival within your personal belief system. And then things get really weird really quickly and really interesting. And you start delving from very hard resources like gold. You can very quickly start diving into these ideas that and they get very abstract and strange, but still feel very human to all of us.
Absolutely. I have such a wonderful panel here who's bringing such different perspectives to the table. It gives me such joy, and I want to bring this final question because I feel like we have 15 minutes left on this panel, and I feel like we're going to need it for this question. Trade and resources is such a huge subject. What are your sort of final ideas and advice really for our world builders on approaching this all without getting overwhelmed? We've touched on gold and opium wars and potato famines and religious needs and being the first to a resource, and not to mention all the baggage that goes with resources. There's a lot going on there, and that's even when you haven't built out your entire fantasy periodic table, which is a possibility as well. Andy, what are your thoughts on approaching this strategically, not getting overwhelmed, and having it bring value to your final book, your final setting?
Yeah. So to ensure we don't get overlap, I'll jump back to the map, because that's, I think, a good place to begin, because it's somewhere that a lot of world builders do like starting with. They get an idea of their map, they get their lovely little world, they get their first cities, they get their first ideas for what the various countries might be. And often, all too often, their first thing is, I will make country A country B, and country C with capital 1, 2, and 3. And they don't really have much thought as to why they are where they are. They just drop them on and perhaps go, oh, wait a minute, it's a city. I better put a river beside it. So they drop a quick river on it and they're like, yeah, okay, I'm doing good. And this is very typical for your beginning world building. And that's good because you're started and you're off. It isn't, however, taking into account today's point, which is resources and how it can influence your world building. So if you wish to try and incorporate these things and you want to go a little bit further than just, here's my big map and I've put a big wrecked bit at the top because that's where the big war was. And a little bit further than that, take not 50 resources, not 45 or even 5 or 6, just drop 3 or 4 core important ones. Assume the rest are there. Our primary metals, our primary ores. We're not going to be shipping cows from one side of the world to the other because if you've never had a beef burger before, you don't care. So you don't need to worry about exactly where the animals are in your world because everybody's got them. What you're looking for is something relatively unique. And that could be, as we've discussed already, an idea. That could be a core resource for your setting, whether it is something like a rare metal or some alternative. Once you've got those 3, drop them on. This is where the resource is. Once you know what that resource is, you can also determine whether there is potentially an extra source or 2, whether it's only in one part of the world or in other parts. And from there, use that to start building your world outwards along its core trade routes. Think about exactly what connects to what and which one of the various small civilizations that you're building will gain dominance because of their location and because of their access to the resources that they have. And you will quickly find that out of this, one culture will look like, hey, wait a minute, this one's on an island. It's got access to the sea. It needs the sea to do everything. So thus it's going to push towards technology that allows it to trade with others, which means we're going to have ourselves a shipbuilding nation here. And this resource is over here and no one else has got access to it. And I've got a big pile of mountains between that resource and the rest of the world because I just drew some mountains there because, hey, you're world building. You've just started off. That's where my mountains are. And you look at that and immediately you go, well, that's going to connect this way and that way. And suddenly you're doing much more than just thinking about, I'll draw a quick blob with a town in it and a river. And you're thinking about the geopolitical nature of your world. And that's purely because you've just dropped 3 resources on. Now, 3 is obviously an arbitrary number. You could choose more. If you wish to add extra complication, go for it. But loosely speaking, just 3 is a really nice starting point because it will immediately begin to form not just your primary trade routes, but where all the big cities are going to be along those routes, where it's most likely you're going to have your main, say, shipbuilding empires, where you're going to have your main capitals. All of these things start to form. And then if you add just a 4th resource, perhaps one that you've decided has come later, been discovered, the technology to extract it has come later, you can drop that on and suddenly just imagine how that impacts the rest of the world as it spreads outwards. You can literally, just by faffing about on a map, which is a lot of fun for someone who likes doing some mapping, faffing about on that map, blob it around, drop some cities, think about it a little bit, take a few notes, and your world building will be so much deeper if you take into account the resources and the ideas that come from these resources and how it exports over the rest of your map.
I love that. And that really ties back to what R.A. Salvatore was saying in our keynote about, working it out, making it make sense. If this, then what? That was a real fundament of the keynote, and we've heard it in every panel today. Work it out. If this, then what? Mark, what are your thoughts on this? Final tips for our world builders approaching this very weighty topic of resources without running to a corner and crying?
Yeah, well, I think Annie did a great job there of giving a lens, right? So I'll try to do something similar. I think one thing we haven't talked about much because we've been focused on sort of like a representation of the real world, right? Of trying to bring some authenticity and detail, is the idea of genre, right? Because the genres that we're talking about are really different. And I love that, Brian actually met in Poland at a con. And so we've talked a little bit about some of this stuff before. I was really happy to see on the panel, Brian. But like every other sentence, he's like, well, in epic fantasy, right? Because like, that's the thing he knows, right? And like, I think it's really smart because it's like, look, the stuff that's going to work for Brian in epic fantasy, if you take that to urban crime fiction, is going to be kind of radically out of sorts, right? Like urban crime fiction takes our world. It's supposed to be our world. It's supposed to be the world you know, and so therefore the details and world building are your world. And anything we add to that has to fit in with the logic of our world. If there's a crime boss that runs all the crime in Chicago, you're kind of like, really? Like all of Chicago? Like that seems a little unrealistic given how huge Chicago is. Now, if it's superhero crime drama, then yeah, Kingpin can control all the crime in Chicago. That's fine. That's one guy. It doesn't matter. But if it's supposed to be a gritty Elmore Leonard novel, more realistically, this is one of many people who is involved in crime in Chicago, right? Tony Soprano is believable because he has to answer to the New York families, not just to other people in New Jersey, right? So I think that across our games, right, whether it's Cartel or Root or Avatar or Bluebeard's Bride, we're always thinking about what is the necessary world building for the genre that we're in. And the kind of work that Andy's talking about, of kind of rooting things, it really is great for fantasy, for epic fantasy, for psychological travel stories where you're braving the elements and thinking about the resources you have or don't have. But I think that there's something here of really choosing the right paintbrushes for the kind of work that you're doing. Are you making an oil painting? Are you doing watercolors? Are you sketching in ballpoint pen? There's no right answer. That's your choice as an artist, right? But it's not even your style. It's the project you're undertaking, right? So what is the necessity to build? So next week we're going to be launching a Kickstarter a crowdfunding campaign on BackerKit for a product called Rapscallion, which is from this amazing creator Whistler. She's a writer, designer, artist. Like she's just absolutely triple threat cool person. And her view of the Great Sea, which is this pirate setting for this game, is like bonkers, just wild, like stuff I never would have come up with. Stuff like books that come to life because you've written them with Leviathan ink blood, and like every single pirate is weird. Like you're an undead pirate lord or a cyclops, or you made a deal with a demon that lives inside you, and all these characters are like bigger than life. And I keep looking at it and thinking, man, I never would have come up with this because I'm so much more the person who's like, but what's the trade policy of the port that they're going to? And Evanly's like, who cares? This is the port at which you drink magic potions at the local bar, and everything is at this crazy level. So I think that really finding your genre for this project, for this work, finding your paintbrushes for yourself, world building has to be a tool. It's not a straitjacket that everyone's going to judge you for if you don't get it right. But it is a promise that you're making. And the sort of Game of Thrones jokes where somehow this raven flies at the speed of light to get a message to Jon, at this particular place. We only care about that because there's a betrayal, because there was a promise made earlier that the world was going to play according to these rules. And so you really think before you start, what rules do I want to commit to? What level of authenticity do I hate the word realism because it's all stories, right? What level of authenticity am I committing to? And I'm excited to pass it to Brian because I think he probably has lots of thoughts about this. What am I committing to when I start? And one of the big questions in Cartel I had when I started was, okay, it's Mexican narco fiction. There's a lot of magical realism in Mexican culture. Like I'm very familiar and comfortable with magical realism. Is Cartel going to be a game in which there is some magic? And as I worked on the game and developed it, I was like, no, it can't work that way. There can't be a way to bring someone back from the dead or evade this problem with magic. It needs to all be humans doing human stuff with human limitations in the real world, because otherwise I think it's going to be disconnected from all of the moral choices we have to make. And I think that one thing, Brian, you made me think of in your last answer was we really think about morality and legality when we think about resources, right? And crime fiction is often the space where the two have the most divergence. And so to some degree, all of these questions, genre questions, are about, choices like, is the law in your game a representation of the will of a good king and therefore to be respected, and the villains are those who break the law? Or is your genre crime fiction in which law is just the tool of the elites to define and constrict the world, and breaking from it only indicates that you might have a different morality than the one enforced by those with power? Those are really different spaces and demand really different tools.
Absolutely. And this gets us into all of those questions of, genre and agency and influence, all that stuff that we on World Anvil we set up in the meta of your world. Like it's so critical to have an understanding of that going in, so you don't accidentally talk about trade policies when you're supposed to be talking about drinking magic potions and using Leviathan ink. Like it creates the disconnect if you don't know what you're doing going in. it can cause you a lot of problems. No, I totally agree. Brian, your final tips for our world builders on this knotty subject.
Oh, no, I absolutely loved what you guys were saying about all of that stuff. I actually had a couple of thoughts kind of in regard to something each of them said. So I love this idea of looking at what it is, trying to keep perspective of what you're trying to do as the author, as the game designer, as whatever. And this is something I still struggle with. I'm 12 years into a career writing epic fantasy, and this is a thing that I still break down on, where I will often lose track of the level of conflict that my characters should be having. And when I say that, I mean, I write military epic fantasy, lots of political intrigue, lots of big ideas, lots of big battles. And there are times when I suddenly will get bogged down writing a scene where for some reason my brain says, oh, well, this whole scene is going to be about this character not having enough money to buy a thing. And then I've written a scene about a character worrying about money in this massive epic fantasy where I need to keep things moving. Like, this person not having pocket change does not matter to the conflict. It really doesn't. And maybe it does for the story you're telling. It really depends on kind of the level of perspective you're looking for. And so, I'll do that all the time. And it kind of drives me nuts that I still do it, where I'll look at something really micro. I'll introduce a conflict that is so small compared to all the other conflicts around that it just derails the entire plot line. And that's something you kind of want to think about whether this conflict that you're introducing, and that conflict can be in regards to resources, it can be in regards to any kind of level of love or politics or whatever. Try to make sure that conflict fits in the world that you're writing. And that was really kind of like, I loved when Andy was talking about cutting down the number of trade resources. That's exactly what I started thinking about, was really when we're designing these worlds, we cannot design them entirely how the real world works. The real world is so massively huge that you can't introduce that many characters. You can't introduce that many variables. It's just, you don't have enough paper for that. I mean, you look at George R.R. Martin's books, and he really tries hard to do it, and he still doesn't have enough characters. He doesn't have enough conflicts to really reflect our real world. So don't try. Try to keep it focused on the conflicts you're trying to explore. And when you find yourself ballooning in all these different directions, you just try to pull it back a little bit and focus.
Absolutely. Folks, please throw a clap into the chat for my ever fantastic guests. Today, you have been hearing from the amazing Andy Law. Go check him out on the Rookery. The amazing Brian McClellan. Go check him out at brianmcclellan.com. And the amazing Mark Diaz Truman. Go check out Magpie Games. They do wonderful things. Folks, everybody on the screen here, thank you so very much for your wonderful answers, for these beautifully varied perspectives that I feel have all somehow miraculously come into a wonderful lesson on approaching trade and resources. And guys, the learning is not done. No, in 15 minutes, yes, you have 15 minutes, we have our final session of the day. We have the ever wonderful Tracy Hickman, yes, that Tracy Hickman, co-creator of Dragonlance and the infamous Strahd, is coming to talk to us about creating better characters. He was our keynote speaker last year. He made us all cry. I am so excited for this panel, folks. Join us in 15 minutes for creating better characters, the last panel for the seminar of the day. And in the meantime, have some world building thoughts. See you soon. Bye. So good, I played it twice. You're welcome. And folks, it is the final event of the first day of Worldbuilding Con. And oh goodness, what a day it has been. We've already had a spectacular keynote from R.A. Salvatore, a horror panel, a politics and power panel, a resources and trade panel. And if you thought it couldn't get any better, well, folks, have I got news for you. Last year's keynote speaker, and may I say, a personal friend of mine, I'm honored to say a personal friend of mine, Tracy Hickman, is joining us for a seminar on creating better characters. Tracy is a New York Times best-selling fantasy and science fiction novelist and a game designer. He wrote the Dragonlance novels with Margaret Weiss. He also wrote role-playing game material while working for TSR and has co-written novels with his wonderful, gorgeous wife, Laura Hickman, and is the author or co-author of over 60 books. Tracy, it is such an honor to have you back on the Worldbuilding Con stage. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you, Janet. Please let me know. I hope my sound is good for you here today. Excellent.
Coming through loud and clear. You've got a spectacular table of busy things behind you.
Yes,
I see
yes,
much
I do.
storytelling in evidence.
There is much storytelling, and much of my life is involved in what you find here in my office. Let's see, over on this side here, I have my autographed Buzz Aldrin photograph because space was so big for me when I was young. And of course, I have my 3D chess set over here. Very important.
Love me some Vulcan chess.
You have to have that here. And here also on the wall is something my wife got me at an auction once, which is a display of pieces of 8 and doubloons and all sort of pirate treasure here. Amazing. So yes, and of course over here the NSE protector, very important that I have that model on my desk to inspire me at all times.
I love this. So Tracy, creating better characters is the name of the seminar.
It is, and I'm wearing my writer shirt here today.
Verified. The chat has been admiring your shirt, by the way.
Well, yes, I thought this so that there would be no doubt about which hat I was wearing today. I much loved, of course, the promo piece that we ran at the beginning of this twice because it was so nice. And
you're welcome.
Yes, and I saw myself on one of the screens there. Although as they went through, they talked about world creators and game designers and writers, and I realized that you could put my picture on all of those.
Yes, absolutely.
First of all, it would be really redundant, and secondly, it would look like you're just a little thin on people. So the truth is that there are so many people around the world that admire World Anvil, and there is no bigger fan of World Anvil than I am. I use it not just for like my gaming and so forth, but I use it in my business. I use it in the creation of worlds for our novels. I use it as a resource for novel creation. I also use it as a resource for world building and world creation. In fact, just finished last month building a world for Loot Studios, the miniatures online miniatures company, and building an entire wonderful world for them for their new project that they're releasing this year, Relics Untold. So I'm not just a fan. I use World Anvil every day in my work.
It's so amazing to hear you say that, Tracy. It really is, for Demetrius and me, it's the dream come true. So thank you for sharing.
And yes, you are my dear friends. As we were talking about, we had dinner together at Gen Con last year, and little known fact, but I ordered dessert for dinner that evening just so I could keep both of you at the table a little bit longer.
I did not know that, you sneaky thing. Well, it was such a pleasure. It was a wonderful evening. We had so much fun together.
Well, let's talk about characters, because characters are so important in what we do. And characters are so important not just in story, which is and novels, which is of course absolutely true. Or film or television, also very true. Streaming, absolutely true. But also in terms of games and game structure, they're also incredibly important. In fact, there are actually important differences that maybe I'll have a chance to talk with you about when it comes to the differences between characters in novels, characters in film and streaming, and also characters as they apply to games. And they're actually different. How they work is different. A lot of this I learned not only in my role-playing years and designing role-playing games, but also as the director of story design for The Void, where we had to deal with the idea of experiential narrative and open narrative, more particularly the idea that each of us is the hero of our own story. And the story that takes place in game environments is actually different for every player. So maybe we'll get into that here in a minute. I appreciate the fact that everybody has stuck it out here to the end of Saturday's convention. And I want to apologize to all of you, because where we're going to go here could get pretty sticky and pretty deep. And if you can stay awake through this, hats off to you.
Tracy, I'm so excited. Now, do you have a presentation?
Let me see if I have a presentation, because if I have a presentation, this is the way that would be the easiest to do it. Let's try that.
There we go. I'm going to add that to the stage. And Tracy, I'm going to take myself down for now. You need me, you just shout, yeah?
I certainly will. It is a comfort to me to know that you are actually still out there.
I'm right there listening to every single word. Tracy Hickman, thank you so much.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you, everybody, also for attending this seminar today. Characters are so important to our storytelling. I mean, it is through their eyes, of course, that we see story in terms of books and movies. But they're also our own eyes in many ways when it comes to the games that we play, and especially role-playing games. Now, what I'm going to talk to you about here is going to be, well, it might go down difficult for you. I know that the first time that I explained this particular theory to my wife, she thought it was ridiculous. It was foolish. It was far too systemic for the way story actually should work, and refused to believe it until we started working with it, and finally she had to come around to it. What I'm going to present for you here today are some new concepts, and there's an awful lot of them, and so we have to put a lot of it into this, and so this is going to be very much a fire hose course. The great thing, of course, about World Anvil is you'll be able to come back and review this course and this particular seminar and start picking apart the different pieces as we go along. And I'm curious as if people can respond here, Janet, as I'm speaking, and if they have questions, if they can ask questions. So, excuse me, I got to push it over.
I beg your pardon. I'll get those questions popped up as and when they come up, if you would like that, Tracy.
That would be peachy. I may even ask for some responses from time to time. So let's go ahead and talk about this idea of the usual suspects, or in this case, the unusual suspects, because you want characters that are interesting, that are fascinating, that take us places that we haven't gone before. One of the things I think that's going to be very important, actually, is to give you this. Oh, I hate that when this happens. Excuse me. Oh, I'm just one moment. This is all of this is my fault. Isn't that horrible? And it's only coming up for a minute, and that's because it's just horribly done. I'm going to give you this rule instead of showing it to you, and you can go back and freeze frame, I guess, when we get to it. But the rule I call the iron pyrite rule, and the iron pyrite rule is every character is the hero of their own story. If you don't take anything else from this seminar tonight, please take this, write it down. Every character is the hero of their own story. And the reason that is important is because that especially includes villains and evil characters. No one thinks of themselves as being evil. Evil is something that somebody else thinks about you and about the way that you behave. The worst characters that you can think of, if they're to be true to themselves, if they're to be true to the story, they have to believe that they are, in fact, the hero of the story. And that what they are doing is for the best and is completely justified. If your villain doesn't feel that way, you know, I mean, we often think about villains as like this evil character with a big mustache and they twirl a mustache. Truly great characters all believe that they are the hero of the story. And it's the story's perspective to tell us which of those is, in fact, the hero or not. Now, here's where we're going to dive into things. I'm going to talk about the story mind. And the story mind is actually a theory of story that is espoused by the Dramatica theory of story. And it's one that I happen to like as a tool for analyzing story and for analyzing characters. Now, this grand argument story argues that a complete story represents the human mind working through a problem, an argument, examining it from all sides, and then determining those results to be either successful, a triumph, or a failure, a tragedy. And if you think about story in terms of it being an argument, making a complete argument, then we can actually take a look at story in the grand argument as 4 separate journeys. These 4 journeys are as follows. There is the objective journey. And this is the story that is taking place as though it were seen from the outside. It's like you're looking down on a battle from a hilltop or from a distance. This is the objective plot that's going on in the story. Then we have the main character's journey. And this journey is the journey that's seen through the main character's eyes. It's the perspective of the main character that through whom we see the story take place. Then we have an impact character's journey. And this impact character is the story that's seen from the perspective of a character that most impacts the main character in their journey. Very often, by the way, this impact character is takes an opposite point of view from the main character. And of these 2 journeys, it can almost universally be said that one of these characters will change and the other one will remain steadfast in their journey, in their beliefs. So one is convinced of the truth of the other. And finally, we have the subjective journey. And this is the journey that takes place between the main character and the impact character. This is the private battle that takes place between them, the argument that takes place between them. And in story, it is almost universally the emotional journey that takes place here. So, how do these 4 journeys look, say, for example, in Star Wars? Okay. Interestingly enough, the objective journey here in Star Wars takes place, is actually given to us in the moment that the film begins with the opening crawl. And we see it. It's a period of civil war. Rebel spaceships striking from the hidden base have won their first victory against the Galactic Empire. This objective journey is this big fight. That's this rebellion that's taking place against the Galactic Empire. That's the overview, the objective journey that we're going to take. The main character's journey, main character says this: there's nothing for me here. I want to learn the Force and become a Jedi like my father. This, of course, is Luke. And Luke is the main character in Star Wars. I think it can, whether we can at another time, we will have an argument about episode 4 versus episode 1 versus episode 7. It's okay. For now, we're going to just think about like the first, I can't even say the first 3, the episode 4, 5, and 6. There you go. Okay. Or as Margaret Weiss likes to refer to him, the only real Star Wars. So, this is the main character's journey. He wants to learn the Force, become a Jedi like my father. The impact character's journey: if you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. Run, Luke, run. This impact character is the character who offers an opposite argument. And he's always offering a counter argument to the things that Luke says. Yeah, Luke says, I can't go anywhere. I'm in for it as it is. I can't go with you to Alderaan. I got to go back to the Vaporator farm here with my uncle. And Obi-Wan says, you don't have to do that. You can come with me. There's no point in you going back. We get on this at every point in the journey. The Obi-Wan offers a counter argument. Well, with the blast shield down, I can't see anything. That's the point, says Obi-Wan. So finally, we come to the subjective journey, which is the journey that takes place between Luke Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi. You must learn the ways of the Force. Use the Force, Luke. Let go. And the Force, finding the Force, connecting with the Force, believing in and trusting in the Force, is the emotional journey that takes place between the main character and the impact character. Now, why is this important to know? It's important to know because it helps us to recognize where the emotional center of our story is. When it comes to games, however, it's also important because each of us thinks of ourselves as a main character. But how many of us as game designers consider the idea of providing an impact character, whether it's an NPC or the place is taken by another PC character, in order to provide that counter argument and to generate and create this subjective journey that is so important to the emotional journey of the story. Now, as fun as that is, now we are going to go to the essential game here of characters and specifically of the unusual suspects. And we're going to take this journey together. And we're going to take this journey, we're going to take this journey through some examples, I think, that should speak to all of us. When we talk about characters, then, there are 4 basic character archetypes. There are 8 basic character archetypes. In the Dramatica theory of story, these are the 8 types of characters that exist. We have a protagonist, a contagonist, which is an interesting character type. The contagonist is the character that has their own agenda. They're often thought of as like the Loki character or the mischievous character, the character who has their own plan and who is trying to manipulate everything else so that their personal plan will take place. Then we have the Guardian, and this Guardian character watches over the protagonist and performs the function of being a protector. And in story, this Guardian character is always a weak character in some way. Otherwise, the Guardian would simply fix the problem for the protagonist and we would have no story. So this guardian then is the protector then, and acts as the protector in this structure. Then we have the antagonist. The antagonist is the villain, the bad guy, although it doesn't always have to be a person. This antagonist can be a force. It can be like nature as an antagonist. A disaster movie, the antagonist may be like an earthquake or a volcano erupting. Okay, or it can even be a social force, a political force, or national force. But the antagonist is the bad force that's working against the protagonist. Then we have 4 other characters here below this. We have the skeptic character. The skeptic character is the one who argues against stuff. They are literally skeptical. They don't believe things. Faith is not in their wheelhouse. Bad things are always going to happen. It's better to be cynical. We have the reason character. I mean, if we were talking Star Trek, it'd be Mr. Spock. The reason character is the character who always thinks in logical terms and wants to reason through problems and dilemmas. We have the emotional character who deals with their feelings. Again, if we were talking Star Trek, this is Dr. McCoy, who's, damn it, Spock, don't you feel anything? This is the essence of Dr. McCoy. The emotional character is all about feelings and coming to conclusions emotionally. And then finally, we have the sidekick character. And this sidekick character is a fascinating character too. The sidekick character represents faith and support. You can do it, buddy. And encouragement of the course of action that's being taken. These are the 8 character archetypes. What is fascinating to me is that every film that you go to, you will find these 8 archetypes represented in some form. You can almost go to a movie, and my wife and I have actually done this. Often we'll do this. We will go to a movie and we'll come out of the movie. We make a point of doing this after we get in the car so nobody hears this bizarre thing that we do. But we will then dissect the film and find the archetypes in the movie. And just about any film that you can see or that you can watch or even think of will have an array of these 8 characters. Very often you'll see the main characters as being 8 characters. Now, that was very difficult for my wife to accept, by the way, until we started playing this game. You can play it too. Next time you watch a film, or even pop one in sometime when you're not here at the World Building Convention, pop one in and see if the main characters don't sort themselves, or at the very minimum, are represented by 8 separate characters. Now, these 8 characters are divided into 2 groups of 4. The first group are called driver characters, and driver characters directly influence the course of the objective story. They drive it forward. They make it move along. The second 4 are passenger characters. And these passenger characters are dragged along by the events of the objective story. They don't make it go forward, but they are affected by and pulled along the objective story by the events that are outside of their control. Driver characters have influence on the objective story. Passenger characters do not. Now, and if you thought it was fun so far, these each one of these characters has two characteristics that are associated with them: action characteristics and decision characteristics. Action characteristics are the way that they affect what's going on. They are the channel of action that takes place. The decision characteristics, on the other hand, are how they come to conclusions. It's their internal thinking and their internal motivations, as opposed to actions, which are the things that they do. This is where we can get into complex and interesting and unusual characters. So let's explore this just a little bit. I mean, this is the map. Let's take a look at the territory, if we can, for just a moment. These are the associated characteristics with each of the action and decision elements for the characters. Protagonists, as you can see here, their action is to pursue. They will pursue a course of action. They will move forward the course of action, and they have an objective in mind, and they're going to get to that and do it. They also have a decision characteristic of consider, and that means that when they're confronted with a problem, they will deal internally. They will deal with it by considering it, and considering a conclusion to the problem. Contagonists, this temptress kind of character, okay, or temptor kind of character, their motivation is to hinder. They want to stop something or they don't want to stop something, but they want to hinder it. They prevent stumbling blocks or influence the course of action into a different direction. And their decision is temptation. Temptation is the means by which they are considering how to hinder things. They want to tempt characters to go in a different direction. Guardians are there to help. That's how they act, is they try to help. And their decision is conscience. The inner self, what is right and what is wrong internally. Antagonists want to create avoidance. They want to prevent the protagonist in their pursuit. And they want to do it by influencing them to reconsider their course of action. Then we move down to the passenger characters. And again, the passenger characters don't affect the overall story course, but they do have means of acting and deciding things. Skeptics are always against whatever it is that everybody else wants to do. They want to oppose what that is. And their internal thinking about all of this is to disbelieve anything. Characters that represent reason are all about acting to control things because of the decision of logic. Logic dictates that everything must be controlled. Emotion, on the other hand, is uncontrolled. The emotion is free and follows its own course, and the feelings of the heart, the whims of the heart. And its decision making is about feeling. Does it feel right? Does it feel like this is the right thing to do? And finally, sidekick, whose action is to support people and other characters, and does so in the decision process of belief, faith, trust. This means that every character, whether it's a protagonist, a contagonist, a skeptic, a sidekick, each one of these has an action characteristic and a decision characteristic. In the most basic form, then, we see that they have predetermined relationships the way they're presented here to you. Antagonists, as we can see by the yellow arrows, antagonists are in opposition to protagonists and represent the opposite argument to the protagonist. Guardians are opposite contagonists. Guardians are trying to protect the protagonist from being influenced away from their course. Excuse me. On the other hand, the blue arrows represent a relationship. There's a relationship between the contagonists and the antagonist. There's a relationship between the contagonist and the protagonist. And the nature of that relationship can be supportive, but it can also be argumentative. And this relationship is true for each of these four groups. Protagonists against antagonists, skeptics against sidekick, which I think you can see, reason opposite emotion. Wow, I know, so far this is a lot to think about. But at the same time, it gives us a really great handle on looking at our characters in our novels and as well as our characters in our games and world structures. So, why don't we take a look at something fairly basic? Let's take a look at episodes 4, 5, and 6 of Star Wars. So, quick question then. Who is the protagonist in those three films? I know I should probably sing the Jeopardy theme at this point.
I'm waiting for the chat to catch up on this one because
there must be a lot of chatting going on.
Like, there we go. We have it. Luke Skywalker. Luke. It's Luke.
Yes,
everybody.
It is Luke.
Luke
is the protagonist. And Luke pursues a course of action and considers the Force and his role in it. Who is the Guardian? This has got to be something.
I think we've touched on him already. Let's see what the chap has.
I think we may have touched on him already.
There we go. Straight in there with that mom friend talks.
Yes,
Obi-Wan.
that mom friend talks. Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan is the Guardian. Absolutely. And he's a weak Guardian. I mean, the guy dies halfway through the first movie. How weak can you get? Well, apparently not that weak, because you can come back as a Force ghost or whatever. He represents help. He's trying to help Luke. He's trying to help the rebellion at the same time. Although, interestingly enough, he didn't seem that interested in the rebellion before Luke came along. So he's mostly interested in helping Luke. And as we mentioned before, their journey together as impact character and as main character creates that central story, that central subjective story of exploring the Force and trusting in the Force. Now it's going to get just a little bit trickier. Actually, I'm going to go ahead with a couple of easy ones. Who is the skeptic?
Oh, I think we can get that one, can't we, chat?
Oh, chat, you got to be able to come up with the skeptic, right?
Oh, we've got a vote for Han here as our skeptic.
Why, I believe Han is the skeptic.
There we go. Han Solo, says the chat.
Hokey religions are hokey religions are no. What is the line? Hokey religions are no excuse for they're not as good as a blaster at your side. Essentially, is what he says, right? I don't know. He can imagine quite a lot.
Hokey religions and ancient weapons are not a good match for a blaster at your side, kid.
Excellent. Exactly. And yes, I'm sorry, Han shot first. So Han Solo is our skeptic. Here's where it gets kind of fun, though. Who represents reason?
Ooh,
Ooh,
that's an
yes.
interesting question. I have my theories.
I can give you
What
a
do you
clue
think?
if you want a hint. What does the chat say?
We've got a guess of C3PO.
That's very interesting.
Another one for R2D2. Yoda, says Davina.
Yoda.
That would have been my guess too, yeah.
Ah. Well, here I am going to propose something else.
Oh.
They let us escape. How else do you explain the ease of our escape? When we think about Leia, everything she says is reason and logic. Yeah. And it's actually true too. Later in the second film, Han's making the moves on her and she said, I like nice men. Yeah, that's a reasoned response. I'm sorry. Even though it's Harrison Ford when he's young and is really hot. I'm sorry. That's a reasoned response. And so and if you think about her physical presence, she is very controlled. She's very, as we would used to say when I was much younger, very uptight. And she speaks in terms of reason.
Yeah.
So if she is reason, who is emotion?
Well, we have a picture from the chat. 3PO is very emotional for a droid.
That is quite true. 3PO is very emotional for a droid.
Let's have a look. Where does Chewie fit in is now the question.
Well, I believe that this is where Chewie fits in right here.
Yeah, he's our emotion bean.
He is, I mean, his lines are not particularly memorable. And I can't howl like a Wookiee, but if I could, I would right now. If you think of it, first of all, think about who is opposite Leia. Leia's the one who says, get this moving carpet out of my way. And it's actually true because, what happens, the Wookiee is howling and Han says, oh, get out here, you big baby. I mean, he literally calls him a big baby. And when Luke goes missing in the second film, at the beginning of the second film, on his Tauntaun, who is it that's crying about Luke being lost? It's Chewie.
Yeah.
And he is uncontrolled and full of feeling.
Yeah.
Well, that leaves us with 3 here. I'm going to give you a sidekick because it's actually 2 characters represent sidekick. And this, by the way, can happen in stories. Multiple characters can take different characteristics and represent the same position in the story. Okay.
Yeah,
that's quite right, Starkiller. C3PO and R2 both represent side. They're both. Oh, you can do it, Luke. We're here to help you, Luke, and we're all behind you here. And poor R2 even gets like shot at the end of the first movie, just trying to help Luke out. Well, that's everybody except for 2, the antagonist and the contagonist.
I'm very excited about this. There were a lot of questions in chat about this.
That's right. That's right. And once you understand who fills these positions, it gives you a perspective on the story that you may not have had before. I'd ask, but I'm just so excited about this. Who do you think the antagonist is?
So we have some pictures from the chat again. I don't want to steal their thunder. Theory is antagonist is Vader and the contagonist is the Emperor.
That's a good theory, Moonlight Bard. That's very good theory.
We also have the opposite presented. Emperor is the antagonist and Vader is the contagonist. There's a lot of feeling they fill the roles. We're not quite sure which one might go where. Maybe you can illuminate us, Tracy.
Let me give you a line from the second movie and see if this helps clarify it for you. Join me,
Mm,
and together we'll rule the galaxy as father and son.
interesting.
That is Vader's plan.
Yeah.
And so even though Darth Vader is presented in the first film very much as a classic antagonist, what we discover in the second film is that he is actually, at his heart, a contagonist. He has his own plan. He has his own desires. And he really does want to rule the galaxy as father and son. And he believes in the dark side of the Force so strongly that he wants to bring his family along with him. And that leaves the antagonist as the Emperor, or actually in this case, the entire Empire. Luke is at war with the entire Empire, the evil galactic Empire. And the Empire is the thing that is preventing the motion forward of the universe. If you look at Star Wars in this light, then you can see that these driver characters, right? Luke is directly opposite the Empire. He is fighting the Empire. Interestingly enough, not Vader per se. He has to defeat Vader in order to change his mind to fight the Empire, which is what we see in the third film. The contagonist, it being Vader, sits directly opposite Obi-Wan, the Guardian, which means then that they literally are in confrontation. They literally fight each other in the hallway at trying to get, as the Millennium Falcon tries to escape. So this then is the structure, the character structure of Star Wars. And the character structure in Star Wars is a fairly classical structure for characters. It follows fairly classic lines in terms of story. Now, very often we are tempted to think, by the way, that the protagonist is always the main character of the story, driving the story forward, but that is not always true. If you are at all familiar with Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird, the overarching story in To Kill a Mockingbird is the trial that is taking place in this Southern American town, this bigoted town. And that is the objective story that's actually taking place here. But the story's main character is Scout, the daughter of the defense attorney in this trial, who is actually a passenger character. She actually represents reason in this in the story, and she is dragged along by the events of the trial. So main characters don't have to be involved in the action of the story. Main characters can be passengers that are being dragged along by this story and what happens to them in the fallout of what's going on in the story. Now, when we started this seminar, we were talking about, oh my goodness, so much to deal with. When we were talking in this story, these, of course, are how the characters in Star Wars go. But what about something, The Wizard of Oz? And The Wizard of Oz is something that is fairly well known, and it seems simple, but it has characters in there that are very endearing to us and interesting to us, precisely because it doesn't follow the formula exactly. So here are our 8 characters, and in their 2 action and decision groups. Let's talk about the main character. Well, this has got to be really easy. This has got to be Dorothy. She pursues and she considers what is going on. So that's pretty straightforward. Let's see. Yes, she does. She both considers and she pursues. So who is the guardian here?
There's a theory that the guardian is Toto.
That's very interesting. I like that. I like that idea. Although I don't know how much of a conscience Toto has, but he does certainly want to help in all things.
I like this idea. How about Glenda the Good Witch? Is Glenda the guardian?
Glenda is the good witch. Glenda is the guardian. She helps Dorothy in her pursuit, and she represents conscience here. There's no place like home. She's the one who is like helping her to come to this conclusion. But it's also interesting that she's kind of a weak character. She never fights the Wicked Witch of the West directly. She just kind of, and maybe she'll make it snow in the field of poppies. That's as far as maybe she'll go. So those look pretty good to me so far. What about support and belief? I'm going to just go ahead and tell you right now. Arf.
Yes, I had figured as much. What does he do? He loves. He is dog.
He's dog. This is what he does. He is born and bred to be supportive and to represent faith and belief. And yes, he is support and belief. So everything so far is pretty good. What about skeptic?
Ooh, we have a character without a heart and a character without a brain.
We have a character without a heart. We have a character without a brain. And we have a character who's lost his courage.
Oh, right, of course. So, where does that leave us? The Cowardly Lion is the theory here.
The Cowardly Lion. The Cowardly Lion. If you listen to what the Cowardly Lion says, I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to go. I don't want to attack the castle. He's always whining about what he and dragging his feet in disbelief. Although he doesn't want to say, but I do believe in spooks. I do believe in spooks. I do believe in spooks. But he doesn't believe. So this is the lion. He represents opposing things and disbelieving things. Although eventually he has to come to the idea that the wizard will actually help him. Well, those are pretty straightforward, but it still leaves us with 4 characters that don't quite fit. Now, we might think of the Wicked Witch. We might think of the Wicked Witch as hindering, right? She does try to stop Dorothy from doing stuff, and she is certainly opposite Glenda here. But temptation isn't really her thing. And here's where we find an interesting coupling, an interesting pairing of characteristics. We've also got, these are all of the characteristics that are kind of missing in here. But if we look at hinder as Wicked Witch, which she certainly does, then we can also look at temptation. No, it's not a good match. But if we put the Wicked Witch here, avoid, prevent, like this, then we actually have a pretty good vision of the Wicked Witch as it's portrayed. The Wicked Witch is trying to hinder Dorothy in what she's doing, but she's also trying to avoid and prevent. The Wicked Witch, in other words, is all about action. There's not a lot of thought that goes into what the Wicked Witch does here. She just wants to stop this kid. If that's the case, then well, what do we do with the wizard? Well, he certainly is reconsidered. He tries to talk them out of stuff, and he in his thinking is, maybe you should just stay here. Or better yet, maybe you should go. If you went and got the broom from the Wicked Witch, then the wizard is all about thinking.
Yeah.
He doesn't ever actually really do anything. And the most he does is get in the balloon. But mostly he hides behind the curtain and just thinks up ways to manipulate other people to do what he wants. So in this structure, then, the wizard, we have these fairly traditional character relationships. But in these cases, one character is all about action and one character is all about thought and decisions. Interestingly enough, that because all of the characteristics are filled here, the story structure remains solid, the character structure remains solid, and all of the pieces of the argument are represented for either the players or for the
readers and the watchers.
Readers and the watchers, exactly. So, well, that still leaves us with Scarecrow and Tin Man.
Absolutely.
Well, we've got, interestingly enough, 4 characteristics to deal with here: uncontrolled, controlled, logic, feeling. So why don't we think about Scarecrow? Scarecrow, who doesn't have a brain, thinks in logical terms all the time. He's the one who comes up with the plans. He's the one who comes up with all of the ideas that they're supposed to, and all of the reasoning. That is done by the Scarecrow. But if you think about the Scarecrow, in particular, for that matter, even the way the Scarecrow moves and the way the Scarecrow dances and the things the Scarecrow does, the Scarecrow isn't controlled at all.
Yeah.
And so this is the relationship that represents the Scarecrow. Logical thinking, but uncontrolled action.
Yeah.
We actually know, I'm sure all of us know people who are like this, who love to reason things and then run off in all directions trying to make them happen. That is the Scarecrow. So who is left then after this interesting relationship? We have one left, the Tin Man.
Love it.
If you think about the Tin Man, he is always weeping about something. He's all about his feelings. He's all about things of the heart. But what happens when he gets emotional?
He rusts.
He literally locks up. He rusts. He becomes more and more tightly controlled and cannot act because he is overwhelmed by his feelings. And this is what makes the Tin Man such a fascinating character, because he is not a traditional character, and yet he fulfills all of the roles necessary to make the complete argument in the story. Now, of course, stories are not restricted to these 8 characters. Worlds are populated by far more than 8 characters. But when we're talking about story, these are the characters that make the argument. I live in my home. There are millions of people who live in the city around me, and I cannot ever hope to meet them. I cannot. The best I can do, hope to include in my personal story are those friends who come and impact my life directly, and who fulfill for me elements of my own story. And part of our purpose, I think, in life is for us to touch one another in such a way that we can impact people's lives. Story is not life. Life is a continuum of constantly evolving stories. And one of the things for me that I have come to know in my years of being a writer and experienced life is that the most important thing we can do is to impact the story of somebody else, not necessarily the world, just someone, the person who is in front of us, to become a part of their story, even if it's just for a moment, and to impact their story in a good and positive way. We find, and sometimes in our minds, I think we shape the people around us into archetypes, because as humans, we naturally think in terms of story. Story, the structure of story, is universal to mankind. It is literally how we think. It is how we take in all of the chaos that is around us and formulate it into meaning. And these structures of basic character archetypes help us in our own perception of the world, the chaotic and crazy world that's around us, in formulating meaning. In your stories, in film, and in your games, these basic archetypes and their relationships can provide for you the means of making your argument to your audience, to your players, and in many ways to each other. After all, as I said before, and apparently am unable somehow to make it stay on the screen, because what's the matter with me? Because I've obviously done this wrong. Every character believes that they're the hero of their story. Every character believes that they are the good guy. You can be the good guy too by creating characters that make the complete argument for you. So I guess that's as good as I've done. I've left an entire minute for questions.
An entire minute. Oh my goodness,
I
Tracy.
told
that
you there was a
wonderful.
lot to go into this, and I just, oh my goodness,
Tracy, it was spectacular. People are touting it as the best item of the day in a series of incredible items. R.A. Salvatore, Bob sends his love, by the way.
Oh yes, yes. Bobby and I are the best of friends.
He is very wonderful. The chat is all capitals. That was so good. Thank you, Tracy. I loved it. That was amazing. Thank you. And I cannot say it in better words, Tracy. That was simply wonderful. Do you have any sort of final advice on approaching this as maybe a younger writer? Sort of, approaching these concepts for the first time?
Well, my advice, I have two pieces of advice for younger writers. First of all, if any of this is of use to you, use it. If parts of it are not of use to you, don't worry about it. Let go and just go ahead and use what is helpful to you. You may come back to it later and use it, maybe not. But I think that so yes, use what is helpful to you, I think, is my best advice in all of this. go ahead and review it and find those parts of it that have meaning for you and the work that you're doing. Play the game, go to a movie, watch a film, read a book, and see if you can't pull out those 8 characters and play the game of seeing where they fit in all of this. It's a fun game to play. But the final piece of advice I want to give to new writers, someone asked me the other day when it was that I knew that I had made it as a writer. And I told them honestly, I haven't yet. And the reason for that is every time I sit down to write something, anything, the first thing I tell myself every time is, I have not yet written my best work. Everything that you write, especially as a young writer, there will come a day in the future when you look back on that and say, what was I thinking? This is so bad. Every writer does that. I do that. But the truth is that every first thing you write is going to be bad. That's the point. You have to take that, learn from it, and it's the next thing that you write will be better. And you will not have yet written your best work. But if you keep writing, it will get better. So that's my advice for everybody today.
Tracy Hickman, 60 books in and still getting better every single day.
Still getting better every day.
Tracy, it is such a pleasure, as always, to talk to you. And thank you so much for joining us at Worldbuilding Con this year. Yet again, it was just wonderful, mind-blowing. I'm gonna be going back and watching that seminar on VOD. I know a lot of the people in the chat have already been asking, could we get this? Can we see this again, please? Yes, everything will be available afterwards. It will be available on the podcast as well. And we will be releasing blogs with some of this information in there as well. So you will be able to find all of this. I will make sure it is accessible for you.
I do have a seminar tomorrow. A panel I think I'm joining tomorrow.
Yes, you do.
Yes, I do.
Tomorrow is another day of wondrous things. We are kicking off with a sci-fi world building essentials panel. So if you've ever wondered about doing sci-fi, but you're not sure where to start, or if you're doing sci-fi, but you're not sure you're focusing on the right things, come and join me and Dimitris tomorrow, and we'll be talking about sci-fi. We'll be sharing all sorts of tips and tricks on how to get around those things that trip us all up. Believe me, they've tripped us up too. That's why we've learned. We'll be going on with planning your world from sentence to setting. Tracy, we'll see you there. I cannot wait to hear more about how you're planning worlds.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. I'm very excited. I'm very excited about doing that. I'm going to be skipping my wife's choir practice to come and do that, actually.
Well, I am honored to hear that. Thank you. After that, we will have beg your pardon, I'm 6.5 hours in now. Monsters and Myths, which is going to be all about creating monsters for our world for exactly the right thing in exactly the right way, or at least as well as we can. And of course, we will be wrapping up Chewing the Fat and all that jazz right at the end with our closing thanks. And Tracy, you'll be joining us for that as well, I believe.
Absolutely.
I am so excited. Guys, there is so much coming tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss it. We will be kicking off just like we did today at 4 p.m. UK time. And yeah, I have that time in other time units as well for you. I'm so sorry. 12 p.m. Eastern time and 4 p.m. UK time. Folks, I will see you all tomorrow. I am so excited for what's to come. I am so grateful for all of our panelists today, for Tracy for that amazing seminar, and of course for the people you don't see, the amazing Kat and Andy behind the scenes, making sure everything gets where it needs to, all of the information gets to the people who need it. Folks, you have a great one. You know what to do. Until tomorrow, grab your hammer and go world build.